A series of firsts has produced the season's most exciting baseball and given the Astros a shot at their first series sweep in almost a year. But in tight games where one call can swing momentum, you can bet Bo Porter will have his young ball club's intensity dialed up again tonight. No matter if you're young or old, catch the excitement while you can. Astros baseball is next. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight it's the finale of this three-game series. The Astros take on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The Astros with a shot at a three-game series sweep for the first time this year, Ash.
Good one to see. Yeah, I almost don't know how to respond to that. But for the ball club, it's a golden opportunity. The Angels come in playing not very good baseball, to be quite frank, and the Astros take advantage through the first couple.
Well, they did get a come-from-behind win for the first time this year. That was night before last, and they have built on that.
32 games they had gone without picking one up coming from behind. So that was good to see, and the bats came alive. You saw the long home run by Altuve. Chris Carter added another. That was a big one, and they got some terrific pitching here in the series as well. Bud Norris last night was just spectacular. Double plays abounded, and it was just a terrific night for the ball club, and Bud was thrilled when Jose Veras was able to nail it down.
Bud going 8 for the first time for an Astros starter. Now it's Lucas Harrell taking the baseball tonight against the Angels.
Lucas Harrell had a rough one, to say the least, last time out. That against a much better hitting ball club, the Detroit Tigers. And so Lucas Harrell tries to get things straightened out tonight. He felt early in the ball game that there were some chink hits, some softies that might have gotten involved. But after the softies came some bombs, and Miguel Cabrera was involved there. And it was some long balls against him. When it was all said and done, 4 1/3 innings, 10 hits and 8 earned runs against him. The numbers say that he got away from the fastball. The sinker is a fastball, so you can make your own determination there. But when Lucas Harrell is on his game, the sinker tends to be his big pitch. You want to see him get the ground balls. That sinker is the pitch that is most likely to produce those.
Coming up now on the field, it's Julia Morales talking with Carlos Pena, one of the Astros clubhouse leaders, right after this.
Sportsnet, the Astros and Angels closing out a series here at Minute Maid Park. Carlos Pena with me now, and he has the day off, so a little loose right now. But that's a good chance for you to kind of sit back and look at the team, something that you do already. This team's playing pretty well now. How are you feeling about the way the team is playing?
I like it. I think we'll come out with great intensity, and to actually see something materialize into victories is very rewarding. I mean, that's exactly why we come out every day and work so hard to get that nice reward. It's what we look for. We sometimes don't always get it, so it's nice to play so well against the Angels. That's a great team out there, and we've been able to beat them twice in a row. And here we have another opportunity tonight, and we're gonna do whatever we can to take the series, and sweep them.
What can a sweep do for a young team like this? They haven't done it in a really long time with this Astros organization. What can it do for them?
Confidence, confidence. We take every game, one game at a time, like the old cliche. But it's very important to do so. We can't bring these last two wins with us tonight. It doesn't do us any good. Except if we can gain some confidence from them, that's okay. But it's best just to focus on the task at hand and the game tonight. And what can we do to win tonight? And it comes down to this pitch being thrown right now. This play being made right now. I need to be present for this. Whether you're hitting, pitching, or defense, all that matters is this pitch, this pitch, this pitch. And you have to do that. However many times the ball's thrown at home plate, you have to be present, and that's how you win ball games. Just being present every single time.
All right. Well, you will get a front row seat to watch this team and see what they can do about these Angels. Enjoy the night off.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That's Carlos Pena. Coming up, Lucas Harrell on the mound for the Astros, looking to find a sinker and get back to his old ways as the Astros look to sweep the divisional rivals in the LA Angels of Anaheim. Stay tuned for lineups and first pitch.
Here at Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston. The roof is closed tonight. It's been cloudy most of the day. And this game will begin, of course, as always, on schedule, no matter what's happening outside. Could be rain coming the next couple of nights, we're told by the forecast. Eric Ibar is a leadoff man. He brings an 11-game hitting streak into this one tonight. And it's still 1 minute before the scheduled start time. So home plate umpire Adrian Johnson may have told Mr. Ibar that it's not quite time yet. Here's the starting lineup for Mike Scioscia's Angels, who are 11-22. Eric Ibar, shortstop. Mike Trout, center field. Albert Pujols, DH. Mark Trumbo, first base. Josh Hamilton, right field. Howie Kendrick, Alberto Callaspo, Chris Iannetta, J.B. Shuck. First pitch is strike one for Lucas Harrell. Callaspo will be coming up in that 7th spot. Ibar, his mate on the left side of the infield, checks in at 286 with 2 runs batted in with a 303 on base average. Harrell throws low, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Aybar 2 for 9 in this series. 29 years old, younger brother of Willie Aybar, who was an infielder with the Braves. And he shoots that one on a line to left field. Robbie Grossman backing a few steps for out number 1.
Defense for the Astros tonight. Jason Castro is behind the dish. Around the infield, Chris Carter. At first base, Jose Altuve. Ronnie Cedeno against the lefty, and Matt Dominguez at third. In the outfield, Brandon Barnes in center, flanked by Jimmy Paredes, doing a nice job through a couple of games in right, and Robbie Grossman in left. And on the mound, Lucas Harrell, we've talked about him. He's coming in, struggling his last start, no doubt about that. 3-3, 5.03. He's actually been better against left-hand batters this year by almost 100 points than what the righties have done against him.
Interesting. There's ball 1 to Mike Trout, who was 2 for 4 last night with a double. Trout checks in with good numbers, batting in the number 2 spot, bringing some power and speed to that part of the order. He's 3 for 8 in this series, looking at a strike to even the count of 1-1 on Mike Trout. 21-year-old superstar. He made a great catch in center last night. That one bounces for ball 2. Trout is tied for 7th in total bases in the American League with 71. This Angel club, though, still struggling offensively, 9th in the league in runs scored, and struggling in a major way with pitching. Little check swing roller goes foul. Adrian Johnson took a while to make that foul call.
And I think what Adrian Johnson eventually read there was Mike Trout standing near home plate. And sometimes a batter can just lull an umpire into the call. Now, I believe this ball came up off the plate and hit the bat of Mike Trout, so it would be a foul ball.
That's the way it looked, yeah. So Trout has a 2-2 count. Mike still lives with his parents in New Jersey. Likes to go back east in the wintertime. Tell you what, he could have gone a lot of places, made a lot of banquet appearances if he wanted to over the winter, Ash, after the year he had last year.
I do hope he's paying for food and board.
That one got him. No, got the bat. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. So twice foul balls off the bat when he was in an unusual position. Let's check this one out.
Lucas Harrell has that running fastball. It's supposed to sink. This one just runs into the right-hand hitter. And Harrell probably fortunate that this ball hits right there on the knob.
Right on the knob. That's the second time in this series there's been a pitch on the knob of Trout's bat.
And the other time Trout took first base.
Yeah. Ground ball to the left side. There's Matt Dominguez positioned perfectly. High throw, though, and that one winds up in the seats. So Trout will get second base. On only the second error of the season by Dominguez, he was leading all third basemen in the American League in fielding percentage at .990 until that one.
Just about as sure a thing as you'll see defensively for the Astros, and yet that throw completely gets away. Fastball really got in on Mike Trout.
Well, Matt took extra time. Let's see the throw.
Looks like he grabbed the seams, 4-seamer, and it just simply gets away. Took his time. I mean, you can't say he rushed the play. Can't say he took it for granted. It just got away.
And Trout at second base now for Albert Pujols, a .240 hitter with 5 homers, 19 runs batted in. Albert has 3 homers in his last 8 games. DHing tonight. There's ball 1 to him. Albert has a .322 on base average, .730 OPS, very low for him, playing in pain, not running well. There are reports his right knee is bothering him. He rocks this one high to left center, but it won't carry. Brandon Barnes over to get underneath it. Trout is tagging. Here's the catch, and Barnes will make that throw toward third base. It comes on through, but Trout is in head first on out number 2. 2 outs, and it's Trumbo coming up now.
Once again, this fastball runs in on the right-hand hitter, and though Pujols gets the barrel to it, you can see he kind of shorten the arms trying to get the barrel to it. Sometimes if you can center that up a little bit more, you can still drive it, but that fastball's running in very nicely on the right-hand hitters.
Trumbo brings plenty of punch to the batter's box. He has 9 homers, 23 runs batted in, a .291 average, .910 OPS. Tied for second in total bases in the American League. And he gets a first pitch curve. There's strike one. Well, first pitch fastball is something we've seen him jump on against Jordan Lyles in the opener of this series Tuesday night and ride it out of the park. So there's good thought behind that approach by Lucas Harrell.
You won't see many true sinker ball pitchers that have an over-the-top 12-6 type curveball.
That's true. Mostly a sinker slider change combination, isn't it?
Exactly right, because the arm slot for the guy, and you can see the numbers on the off-speed pitch this year for Lucas Harrell. Against the fastball, they have had great success, the hitters have. Off-speed pitch is much better. But yeah, the arm slot for the sinker ball pitcher tends to be out 3/4, maybe even below that, and it's almost impossible from that position to drop a 12-6 curveball.
Just off the plate. That's a good 0-2 pitch.
Now there's the slider you talk about that goes with the sinker ball pitcher.
And a lot of times he'll get the hitter to go fishing on that one. Trumbo not so much that time. Trumbo, 27 years old, listed at 6'4", 225, from Anaheim. 2 for 8 in this series. Hit a 3-run homer in the first inning Tuesday night. That's strike 3. Marvelous job by Harrell of working around the error and leaving a runner at third. And now the Astros come up against Jason Vargas with Grossman, Paredes, and Altuve ready to bat after this. Sportsnet is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Here at Minute Maid Park, where the Astros are 6-12 this season, they come up in the bottom of the first inning with this lineup for Bo Porter, whose club is 10-24. It's Robbie Grossman in left field, Jimmy Paredes in right field, Jose Altuve at second base. The DH is the cleanup man, J.D. Martinez. It's Jason Castro, the catcher, batting fifth, followed by first baseman Chris Carter, shortstop Ronnie Cedeno, third baseman Matt Dominguez, and center fielder Brandon Barnes.
On the mound, it's left-hander, 30 years of age, Jason Vargas, 1-3, but an nice ERA of 3.72. And Vargas has thrown complete games. Last 2 times he's taken to the hill, one at Seattle, that an 8-inning affair, and then 9 innings against Baltimore his last time out.
He throws strike 1 to Robbie Grossman, the switch-hitting outfielder, at 200 with no homers, 2 runs batted in. Robbie has drawn 6 walks. He has a 302 on base average.
Vargas anything but overpowering.
0-2, but a nice acquisition in a trade for Kendrys Morales last December for the Angels. They have really had a hard time on the mound this year. But there's a 3-pitch out for Vargas to open this game.
changeup picking up the strikeout, and that's what Vargas is about, changing speeds, moving it around. Behind him defensively, Chris Iannetta behind the plate around the infield, Mark Trumbo at first, Howie Kendrick, Eric Ibar, and Alberto Callaspo to fill out that infield. On the outfield side, Mike Trout in center field, Josh Hamilton in right, and J.B. Shuck in left.
Switch hitting right fielder Jimmy Paredes has 3 hits in 2 games with the Astros. All 3 have been doubles. Strike one. Driven in 2 runs in this series. Jimmy came up on a hot streak at AAA Oklahoma City, playing with a lot of confidence. Bo Porter was asked about that before the game tonight at his media gathering, and he said, well, that's one thing we had in mind. And some media observers noted that Paredes is looking a lot more confident than he did in previous trials with the Astros. And both said, I'd like to bring a guy up when he's hitting well and confident so he can just carry that over.
And carry it over he has. Here are the 3 doubles you talked about, Ronnie. The first one in that Bermuda Triangle in left field. He just rakes one down the right field line.
But there's another strikeout for Vargas.
Vargas, again, little dipsy doodle, changes speeds, finds corners, bottom of the knees. He is that type of pitcher, and he has been very effective of late. You want to be careful with 2 strikes going theatrical like this. A little more on that aggressive side.
Jose Altuve on a 4-game hitting streak. Begins the night with a .336 average. That's 5th best in the American League. He has 2 homers. He's driven in 17. And this is in the air foul for Trumbo if he can get there up the right field line, but he cannot. He plays the carom, and we'll toss that up to a fan. He's picking out a youngster. Yeah, that's what players often do. You want to throw it to a young fan. Strike one to Altuve. Tied for 2nd in the American League in hits with 46, and great numbers to start the season for Jose. He received an award for Astros Player of the Month before the game tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Settling into this number 3 spot in the lineup. Roller and not able to barehanded. Vargas will let it go, and then it's an infield hit. Kendrick couldn't get there, so Vargas probably did have to barehand it, or it was a hit. And Altuve will take a 5-game hitting streak on to the next game.
Looked to me like maybe 2 bare hands came up empty. Maybe a piece right there that slows the ball down all the more. And Jose Altuve, who runs well up the line, able to pick up that infield knock.
Who holds 34, 10 years older than Jose, and you see all the numbers Albert has compiled in his career as you see the comparison of number 3 hitters. J.D. Martinez, the batter, and there's ball 1. J.D. at .231 with 2 homers, has 7 runs batted in.
I guess you can drop the "what have you done for me lately" question on the 3 hitters. Jose Altuve has been mighty good.
Yeah. J.D. is 1 for 7 in this series. Said his knee is feeling very good after his rehab time at Corpus Christi. And I asked him who impressed him there. He said George Springer's a good player. He has some things to learn, but somebody to watch. Very talented guy. 2 balls, no strikes. As for JD, he had success for the hooks, and he's cutting back a little bit on his video preparation to face a pitcher here this time around with the Astros. He thought that maybe he got a little mentally locked up doing too much of that before. So based on the games he played for Corpus Christi and things went well, he's just going to go out there and get a feel for the game.
Bottom line, you have to go play the game. Now, it's for some guys very nice to prepare in every way you can, video being a part of that. But you know, I've met some people who just felt like it was an instinctual game, and if you can play it, you'll play it well when you go react to what comes your way.
You have met a few people.
I've met a few along the way. Well, Yogi Berra always comes to mind because Yogi never overthought this game, and at least that's the way he came across, and he did pretty well. And what Yogi would tell you about hitting is see the ball and hit the ball, and it couldn't be more simple and basic than that. And yet That's what I believe he did, and what I believe that some, not all, really good hitters will do.
What do you think Yogi would do with all the video if he came up today as a player?
Probably just laugh it off and question his teammates that were utilizing it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and somebody would ask him why he's never in the video room, and he would say,
because I don't like movies. I don't know.
I thought you would say that he would come out with a statement like, nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded.
It's always too crowded in there. Yep. The famous restaurant line, I believe, from St. Louis.
Altuve takes off, swing and a miss, ends the inning, and Vargas strikes out the side. So Vargas limits the Astros to 1 infield hit in a scoreless first.
Time for our Geico quote of the day. It's from Chris Carter on Bud Norris's performance last night. He said, after the 5th inning, he was at 35 pitches, and I was like, is that right? Yeah, it was right. Bud threw 84 in 8 innings last night, one of his best outings in his career. But Bud was also pretty impressed by Chris Carter, who hit back-to-back home runs in those first 2 games of the series against the Angels. And he loves playing the Angels, or at least his numbers say so. He's hitting .353 with 5 homers in his last 10 games against the Halos, guys.
Thanks, Julia. There's Josh Hamilton fouling at strike 1. Inning number 2 underway with a .205 hitter at the plate. 3 homers, all against the Astros. 10 runs batted in for Hamilton. Hamilton hit one of the Crawford boxes last night off Bud. It's in the dirt. Hamilton connected in the 7th inning for the Angels' only run in a 3-1 loss to Bud Norris.
Hit a home run in batting practice today that went to an area beyond the 436 in center where you do not see balls hit.
That's a high drive. Brandon Barnes way back in center field at the wall, and that's a home run for Hamilton. And all 4 of his homers have come against the Astros this season. 1-0 Angels. Hamilton picks up his 11th run batted in.
Not quite in the category of where he hit that one in batting practice I was referring to, but I hate that I mentioned that now. I feel like it brought out the beast in Josh Hamilton. He hits this ball pretty good.
Well, that fastball down the middle brought out the beast in him also.
That has a tendency of being the larger contributor.
Strike to Howie Kendrick with 5 homers, 17 runs batted in. He carries a .298 batting average. Hamilton gives his club a 1-0 lead. He has great career numbers as well against the Astros. That's his 12th long ball against Houston, and he had a .343 batting average before that hit against the Astros lifetime.
If I'm Mike Scioscia right now, I probably am starting to think, well, maybe Hamilton is getting ready to get hot.
Yeah. Showing some signs. Kendrick, another fine player. He homered in the opener of this series. He's 3 for 8 in the 2 games so far. Angels go on to play the White Sox in their next series. They have tied their worst start for 33 games with 11 wins, 22 losses. They've dropped 11 of their last 14. They've just started a stretch playing 21 of the next 28 against clubs under 500. So really hoping they can get something going quickly. They are 9.5 games out. The Astros are 11 games out.
Take another look at Josh Hamilton in that home run. Not quite straightaway center, obviously toward right center, but this a little more impressive than some of the other home runs we've seen to this point from Josh. And we've seen all of his home runs.
That's true.
That's been against the Astros or nothing to this point.
Kendrick with 5 home runs already. Didn't hit number 5 last year until July 2nd. Fouls that went back. Harrell's now given up 7 this year.
I have to say on the Harrell fastballs, some that we've been watching, it just looks to me like what is intended to be a sinker is straightening out and finding its way right to the heart of the plate at times.
Numbers would bear that out.
Getting quite a few of these running fastballs that run in on the hands of right-hand hitters. It's not exactly what I believe he's attempting to do in trying to create that sinker down.
Well, that's such a dependent pitch on release point, isn't it?
I think it is, yes, and I always want to make sure there's the sink.
Well, it got whacked into right field. And the ball's dropped by Paredes, but no advance as he quickly recovers it on the Kendrick single.
It's a solid base hit, no doubt, but it is hit on the ground, and this is the pitch that winds up being the base hit here. Now, does he do anything different to create that sink? Maybe a little more out in that 3/4 range. Hard to say without a comparison there, but that sink is what he would love to get on a regular basis.
Switch hitting Alberto Callaspo is the batter. That's ball 1 to him. Callaspo on a 4-game hitting streak, checks in at .280, has 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. Angels have dropped 9 of their last 11 road games. They're 4-13 away from Anaheim. Worst start on the road since '69. Runner going, line drive off Harrell's leg. He will flip to first and get the out, with Kendrick advancing to second base. And now Bo Porter, as Harrell is bent over, comes out along with head athletic trainer Nate Lucero. He's asking for the baseball and limping back toward the mound.
As he reacts on this ball, it's obvious he's hurting, and I don't know if that hits him right in the hip or exactly where. That effort at that point is all just, I guess I've got to get the out, but man, does that hurt.
Yeah, the way he just kind of flung that ball to first base, you could tell that he had to be in some pain at that point.
I get awfully concerned about so many pitchers that fall off on one side of the mound or the other. The glove is not in a fielding position, and those line drives come back and there's no defense.
And he has been a very good glove man down through the years. He started a number of double plays, but that one was crushed. Not much reaction time. Chris Iannetta is the batter. Iannetta at 198 with 3 homers has driven in 9. He was 0 for 2 in last night's game. And Conger caught the opener of the series. That's ball 1. You know, sometimes a sinker baller who's in a slump will say, well, I'm trying to make the ball move. It needs to just come out of my hand in a relaxed way. Haven't heard Lucas say that, though.
A lot of catchers through the years have said that their sinker ball pitchers were most effective when they were a bit tired. Had gotten worn out through pitch count or the time they last pitched. Maybe a bullpen guy that pitches 3 or 4 days in a row.
Second career start for Lucas against the Angels. That's in the dirt, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
You don't see the curveball of Lucas Harrell get hit a lot hard. course, it's not like he throws it that much, but it's an effective pitch.
Batting average against would bear that out. Harrell pitched in Anaheim on the 13th of April, got a no decision, gave up 1 run in 5 2/3 innings. That run came on a Hamilton homer as well. In tight there. It's a 3-ball 1-strike count.
Time and time again, that fastball getting away in on right-hand hitters.
Five of Harrell's 7 starts, his opponents have scored 2 runs or fewer.
And I wouldn't call that particular pitch I'm referring to as a sinker. I think it's intended to be a sinker, but it's just a fastball that gets away. It just leaves on the arm side.
Iannetta takes a walk.
Pitch by pitch presented by Steel Dealers. And we're looking at that at bat, the walk to Chris Iannetta. This as badly as he gets started after being hit by the pitch. It was a good sinker and then the curveball and that getaway fastball. It's just one of those at bats where you have to wonder, did that line drive impact him, and an inability to find the strike zone.
J.B. Shucks the batter with runners at first and second and 1 out. Astros showing bunt, takes ball 1. Shuck at 308 has no homers, 3 runs batted in. 6th round pick by the Astros in 2008 from Ohio State. And when the Astros were in Anaheim, he was optioned to the AAA ranks and then came right back the next day because another player went on the disabled list. Peter Borges got hurt. And now because of his injury, Trout has shifted back to center field and Shuck has been playing in left field. 2 balls, no strikes. The Angels are 11th in on-base average, and hoping that Shuck, who's known as a good on-base average type player, will really help them in that regard. Shuck had 81 at-bats for the Astros in 2011, and he hit .272 that year. Last year he was in Oklahoma City all season. Shuck is 2 for 10 against Houston pitching this year. Here's how they line up defensively. Showing bunt again. That one's in tight on him. And he did not go for it on the appeal to Bill Welke, the third base umpire. It's 3 balls, no strikes now.
Yeah, that was very easy to see that the bat came back, and I don't know. It's probably not good when you start begging, and that's what that's perceived as when you're asking for a strike, a swing call on that easy to determine of the bat coming back.
Back-to-back walks to the 8 and 9 hitters have Harrell in a bases loaded jam with 1 out. Doug Brocail's coming out with Ibar scheduled to bat next. It's been a rough inning. Hamilton took him deep to right center. Kendrick with a sharply hit ground ball single. Then was running on a pitch. Callaspo lining one off Harrell's leg. That turned into an out. Now back-to-back walks for Lucas. And hopefully things not spinning out of control as Doug Brocail tries to get him back on a better path against Ibar. Lucas now has 22 walks this season. He's worked in 41 innings. Well, last year in 193 innings he walked 78. And the key is what he does here with Ibar, who hit a fly ball to left to lead off the game. Lucas is tied for the American League lead in inducing double plays with 10. Here's strike 1.
Well, that double play combination last night with 4 double plays turned just spectacular to watch. Of course, it was also Carlos Pena getting one of those started.
46 double plays for the Astros this year. That's 39 pitches for Harrell. He could certainly use one here. Dominguez is off the line even with the bag at third. Ibar puts it in the air to left, and it's shallow. Grossman with the tag, and nobody can advance it. Just not deep enough. That'll work for out number 2. Ibar's retired. Now it's Trout.
That's a big second out for Lucas, and now a chance to get out, but he's going to have to do it against a very tough hitter.
Trout reached on the throwing error by Matt Dominguez in the first inning. He was stranded at third. Rookie of the year last year, second in the MVP voting, led the league in runs scored, and he drove in 83. Right there, strike one.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking to himself, boy, I just took the pitch I was hoping to get in this at bat.
Angels have a $148 million payroll. The Astros in the $26 million range. Trout backs away.
You could say of Bud Norris last night that one of the big keys to his success was first pitch strikes and then staying there. But there are quality first pitch strikes, and then there are first pitch strikes like that first one there to Mike Trout.
The ball goes foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Heart of the order. Trout, Pujols, Trumbo, and Hamilton in this series.
Kind of surprising to see that Josh Hamilton has a couple of home runs, but he's starting to get it hot. He, for whatever reason, hits the long ball against the Astros. But it's a heart of the order that you generally fear. On paper you certainly do, but they haven't been fearsome this year.
The Angels have scored 16 runs in 5 games against Houston this season. The Astros have won 3 and lost 2 against the Angels. High drive to right field. Paredes over toward the line. Still coming into the corner. And Harrell gets out of it with 2 fly ball outs here in the second inning. Hamilton Tomer makes it 1-0 Angels.
Reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Jason Castro up first for the Astros in this one, and I talked to him about going for the sweep. This team has put themselves in position to sweep a team for the first time since last May. He said, my old college coach used to always say, avoid getting swept and always go for the sweep when you have the chance. Seems pretty obvious, but he said that's the difference between good teams and great teams, and this team is just trying to get on another level here. That's Stanford head coach Mark Marquis knew what he was talking about, guys.
He's had a lot of success. Here's one of his first round picks, Jason Castro, leading it off here in the Astros second inning, 1-0 Angels. Castro with a .257 average has 2 homers. He's driven in 7. He is 2 for 13 against Angel pitching this season. As Alan pointed out, Vargas has had more problems with left-handed hitters this year. He gets strike 1. He struck out the side in the first, gave up an infield hit to Altuve. But Vargas, as Alan also pointed out, is coming off back-to-back complete games. A 3-hit shutout last time against Baltimore, a 4-0 win. That's rolled out to the right of the second sacker, Kendrick. Out.
Hitter always comes into play, and for Jason Castro, 130 is all he's been able to muster against left-hand pitching this year.
Chris Carter is next. Carter is 0 for 10 in his career against Vargas, so the .240 batting average this year for right-handers also plays out against guys like Carter for Jason Vargas. Vargas was a second-round pick of Florida in 2004. He's from Seattle, Washington, went to Long Beach State. He was a teammate of Jared Weaver, the Angels ace, who's on the disabled list right now. Strike 1 on a hook to Carter. Batting average in May against Vargas is .214. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. For Vargas's career, he has 43 wins, 53 losses, a 4.32 ERA. Carter hangs it up there for a long time, but this will drift back behind the Astros dugout and out of play. The youngster jumping up and down. Somebody else is texting. Totally oblivious to that happy young fellow.
I think she got a photo of the event and was throwing a caption on it.
Kind of an intriguing trade that brought Vargas to the Angels and sent Kendrys Morales to the Mariners. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, Zach Greinke was an Angel last year for part of the season, and he did not come back. He went across town to the Dodgers. So the Angels picked up this starting pitcher to try to plug a gap. Struck him out looking at strikeout number 4 for Vargas.
Seems like Chris Carter's gotten a number of those bottom of the knee strikes called, and in each case that I can recall, it's been strike 3.
Jeff Luhnow feels that way. That Chris has been rung up on a lot of really tough pitches this year.
But I imagine if you have a reputation of striking out a lot, when that borderline pitch comes in, the home plate umpire probably leans against you.
Ronnie Cedeno has hit .440 against lefties. There's strike 1 to Ronnie. 286 overall this year, 1 homer, 8 runs batted in. So Bo Porter picks spots like these for Ronnie. Now slowly to the right side. Trumbo with the toss, but Cedeno is safe. He beat it. Vargas didn't get there. Vargas is looking back at Field and Culbreth, the crew chief, and now here comes Mike Scioscia, but it looked like Cedeno beat it.
And Cedeno extends with that dive and gets the hand of the bag, and it sure looked from here like he did beat the play with that hustle.
Sure did.
I don't know what a manager from the third base dugout is ultimately going to say on this kind of a play, but no. Yeah, Angels had a legitimate beef.
They did.
Now we've got about as good a view as Mike Scioscia does, but one way or another, as a pitcher, you've got to be better getting over to the bag.
Field and Culbreth with the call. Certainly not as egregious as the Angel Hernandez call last night in Cleveland.
Found it.
Matt Dominguez is the batter. 254 for Matt. He was involved in a call.
How could you miss that call after the replay?
Not sure about that. Dominguez hit what was a double last night. The Astros argued home run. He was 2 for 3 in that game last night. And he hit it off the top of the right field wall. But Bo Porter had no complaints with that call. There was another call at home plate involving Jimmy Paredes being called out. And home plate umpire got that one wrong last night. The Astros won the game, 3-1. Cedeno takes off. Here's the throw for Mayanetta, not nearly in time, and he stole it. Let's go back to last night in Cleveland.
And this is the call we're talking about. This ball's obviously juiced and up against something there, whether it's the top of the wall or the railing above. You can see in the replay, clearly the ball changes direction above the wall. So if you go back in, the umpires are going to review this. They've got to get it right, right?
They didn't. Dominguez takes, and it's 1-1 to Matt.
Angel Hernandez stood with his call that it was off the wall and a double. And you can see Bob Melvin. He gets word from back in the clubhouse that clearly it's a home run, but not so. And if the umpires are going to utilize replay and come back with that kind of response, something's wrong.
Shot into right field. Cedeno comes to the plate. Hamilton's throw is offline. The game's tied. Throw from Mayanetta into second in time to get Dominguez. But with a 2-out RBI single, Dominguez ties it. That's his 10th run batted in. Mayanetta with a good athletic play with a throw on the run got the out, and it's 1-1.
Come on out to Minute Maid Park May 25th for our annual Bayou Bash, presented by Louisiana Association of Convention and Visitor Bureaus, with a special thanks to Budweiser. First pitch against the A's is at 6:10, but come out early for the live music, crawfish, and more. Dancing by Bill Brown also will be a part of that. Call 1-877-79-ASTROS to get your tickets now.
Strike to Albert Pujols now, and Lucas Harrell with some run support has a tie ball game as he goes to the third inning. Pujols hit a fly ball to center earlier. No balls, 2 strikes, so perhaps that allows a starting pitcher in Harrell's shoes to turn the page a little bit on what happened with him in the second inning. Off the plate, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. There's an article on MLB.com by Alden Gonzalez about Pujols, saying that his surgically repaired right knee is giving him problems, even more than the plantar fasciitis on his left foot. And Mike Scioscia is quoted as saying there's concern there, but right now Albert feels he can manage it. And I think a guy in Albert's shoes, and the type of guy he is, feels that responsibility to play through injuries, especially with the team struggling.
Well, whether it be the injury or injuries or just age kind of creeping in on Albert, the numbers have certainly been in decline.
But just looking at him there at the plate, and you know how strong he is, Ash. The way he hits, and the way a lot of guys hit, bending there at the knees, it just puts an awful lot of stress on a hitter's legs.
And then you torque everything on the knees when you take your swing and try to sprint out of the box. A lot goes on.
Foul ball. Dominguez playing near the line on this pull hitter. Ball was foul. And it's been said many times, if you don't have that strong base, your legs are bothering you, it can really affect your hitting.
Albert Pujols, a career .323 hitter, but he hasn't hit as high as .323 since the 2009 season.
Pujols wanted time.
Successively, each one of those following seasons, the numbers have drifted southward.
Fly ball near the right field line. Paredes was very deep. This will land foul and out of the reach of Chris Carter. Paredes couldn't get there. Altuve couldn't make the trip over to get there, and it was just in that never land for Lucas Harrell to get an out. Too long a run for three different players. Cole Porter feels good about where Paredes is defensively. Jimmy has been playing very deep, and that's pretty logical for a player who hasn't played a lot of outfield and is fast. Most players really have a problem going back on the ball more so than coming in. Fly ball hangs out to left center field. Barnes over. Taking care of out number one.
I think Albert Pujols felt like he had a pitch to handle. It wasn't a fat pitch by any means. It was that curveball from Lucas Harrell, or slider maybe, pushing toward down and away. And Albert's hit that pitch through his career, no question.
You can see by his reaction he was not pleased with what he did and failed to do with it. Mark Trumbo comes up next. He was caught looking earlier. The first pitch curve in the hole off the glove of Dominguez, and that pops on through into left center field. Dominguez throws his head back. He's extremely upset that he failed to field that ball. Not that difficult a chance for Matt, but Trumbo reaches. So things are caving in a little bit around Lucas Harrell tonight.
You always caution that third baseman, don't take a ground ball that you're going to tip away, but this was a legitimate nice bounce up and rather routine to handle play for Dominguez.
It's an error on Dominguez, his second of the night. And Josh Hamilton comes up. Ball one in the dirt. Some longtime Angels observers have seen players like Hamilton and Pujols and others come out early for hitting both Tuesday and Wednesday, and they said we can't remember the last time an Angel club came out for early hitting on the road 2 days in a row. A lot of times the visiting team can't get permission to use the field early before the home team takes batting practice. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a good sinker, and that's what you'd love to see more and more from Lucas Harrell, but you can see with Matt Dominguez, very rare night, you might say.
Extremely. He had 101 total chances coming into this game. 1 error. He's made 2 errors in 2 innings tonight, the second and third innings. It's a 2 ball, 1 strike count to Hamilton. Hamilton's the type of hitter, and he's been swinging at more pitches out of the strike zone than anybody, who just through that repetition, through the early hitting and through all the swinging he does, he could catch fire. Once he gets the feel for it. Fights that one off. It's a 2 ball, 2 strike count. More often than not, when the Astros have faced him, that's what he's been doing. But during the latter stages of the season, Josh Hamilton did not hit a whole lot last year.
Hit .395 in the month of April last year. He hit .344 in May, and then it just went south completely, other than the month of August.
Out of the dirt by Castro, 3-2.
21 home runs through April and May is what Josh Hamilton put up last year. It looked like he was headed toward a 60+ home run year. Now, he had a great year when it was all said and done. 42 dingers, 123 runs driven in, hit .288. But I mean, the numbers look like he was just going to be the MVP in a landslide vote if you took the first 2 months.
It really did.
He had 32 RBIs in the month of May alone.
That's ball 4 to him. It's only his 8th walk. Now runners at first and second, 1 out for Kendrick in a 1-1 game in the 3rd inning. That's the 3rd walk for Harrell at Minute Maid Park. It's Astros baseball. Astros and Angels. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, Julia Morales. Who else is here tonight you want to mention? Ash?
I saw Orbit.
Orbit's here.
I can confirm that he's in the ballpark.
Bo Porter.
And Doug Roquel. Yeah.
Gene Duffy's here. MC Hazel's here. Howie Kendrick hit a sharp ground ball single to right field. Sometimes we're not allowed to mention that people are here, Ash.
You really shouldn't do that. There's rules and regulations and all that sort of thing.
Sometimes they're not supposed to be here. But tonight it's okay. There's a ball.
Well, the fact that Orbit's here, I think, is within the realm of understanding.
Big situation here again for Harrell. Oh, on the changeup, he gets Kendrick to wave at a pitch out of the zone, and it's 1-1.
Where has this pitch been? Such an effective pitch.
Yes. Well, that really can be a staple for Lucas. But when you're struggling, it's kind of hard to keep your mindset together sometimes, isn't it?
Certainly can be.
2 balls and a strike.
Really falls off on that third base side of the mound with that last pitch.
Angels were swept in a 3-game series by Oakland at home. They're 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Now back, hittable pitch there.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And the thing I wonder is, with Lucas Harrell or any other pitcher, most pitchers, are you aware that you got away with one? Because there's that tendency, and Lucas talked about his last outing against the Tigers, like he felt like he had pitched better than the numbers indicated. Well, I think if you realistically take a look at the video, you see that even some of the pitches that you got away with were not quality pitches.
Foul ball, still 2-2.
A changeup again.
Lucas is 27 years old, from Springfield, Missouri. That is the average age of the Astros. They are the youngest major league team right now. 27.0 years. Atlanta's the 2nd youngest team in the majors, 27.4. And Washington is 3rd youngest, 27.8.
And yet Atlanta leads that National League East.
Way up for ball 3. Now 3-2. Mike Scioscia has runners at first and second, 1 out. And Kendrick, who has struck out 22 times, the batter. Callaspo on deck. So do you see him sending the runners here?
I think the Angels probably do.
And you know, you did a great job on that.
You wait till that moment when you can see them going. I was actually trying to figure out, what does Mike Scioscia do? His club has been dismal.
Yeah.
And usually when you're doing that, you're trying to figure out, okay, let's try something. Let's be aggressive. Let's do this or that. And I was very quickly trying to add up the whole situation. You got a slow-footed Mark Trumbo at second base. You got Howie Kendrick, who generally makes contact. So it says, yeah, let's go ahead and put him in motion. But oftentimes when you make that type of move, your club is struggling, it turns into a disaster.
Yeah. Scott got throw out. Whoa! Lucas Harrell spikes the ball. It goes into left field, and no advance. Hamilton wanted to advance. He was halfway to second, but Trumbo was standing on second.
Well, I'll tell you what I think happened. Cedeno started toward the bag like he was going to be there, and Harrell bought in. And then Cedeno just stopped. I mean, didn't even follow through in his move toward the bag, and Harrell was too late in that delivery. Yeah. Well, see, Cedeno had just kind of squared up. But when you make that move and the pitcher buys in. There you go.
Trumbo bought in.
Finish it up. Eventually, Grossman had to buy in.
Trumbo was face down when Hamilton was halfway to second base.
Pretty bad when your left fielder gets involved on a pickoff play to second.
Yeah, and nobody advances. That's a walk to load the sacks now, and 4 walks for Harold. Callaspo comes up with the bases loaded now and 1 out.
That's going to leave Lucas Harrell feeling like for the rest of the year, well, I better not even consider a pickoff play if guys are going to start and then stop like that.
Yeah. And now, in this bases loaded situation, Callaspo hit that ball off Harrell's leg. Comes up looking to pad his RBI total of 6. Harrell really fighting it tonight. Nobody warming up in the bullpen. He's thrown 67 pitches, 39 strikes.
Bud was in the 7th inning or later with that figure, huh?
He was.
What a great outing that was.
Ball 1 to Callaspo.
Changeup starting to become a larger part of things, and love to see that remain the case.
This will be his 25th pitch coming up next. Callaspo, a .255 hitter with the bases loaded. Angels had the bases loaded in the 9th and 1 out last night. Didn't score. Now 2-0 to Callaspo. As a team, the Angels have hit .261 this year with the bases loaded. Harrell needs to come up with something here on 2-0.
It's tough. You're almost forced to throw a fastball, and the hitter knows it.
Fly ball to right field. Trumbo's tagging at third. Paredes underneath the ball. He makes the catch, fires in low toward the plate. That'll be cut off, and it gets away from Carter, but no further advance. 2-1 Angels. Callaspo picks up his 7th run batted in and gives the Angels the lead. The run is unearned because Trumbo reached on the error by Dominguez.
I think the wisest throw from right field right there might have been to second base to prevent that backside guy from moving up. There was no shot at the plate on that fly ball.
So Kendrick is able to move to second. Callaspo on the sac fly gets a 7th run batted in. Chris Ioneta's the batter. Ioneta walked in the 2nd inning. Lucas Harrell is really working through a minefield here. He's thrown 70 pitches. He's walked 4. There have been 2 errors behind him. And still he could be trailing by 1 if he can get Ioneta. Ioneta takes ball 1. This is the former Colorado Rocky sharing time with Hank Conger behind the plate. Ioneta was a 4th round pick by the Rockies in 04. He's from Providence, Rhode Island. He was a math major at North Carolina. 2 balls, no strikes. This is 30 years old. Best RBI year was 65 with the Rockies in 08. He set a club record for Rockies catcher that year. Runs batted in. That's in for a strike. 2-1.
Boy, you want to stay away from those 2-0 counts with men in scoring position, and Lucas Harrell has put himself in that spot. Back-to-back hitters here.
That's playing with fire. Three balls and a strike. J.B. Shuck is on deck. Brocale with arms folded. That's a walk, and that's number 5 of the night, bringing up Shuck. Shuck drew the 2nd walk by Harrell tonight. It was on 4 pitches back in the 2nd inning. Now Brocale comes out. The Astros' last sweep against an American League club was a 3-game sweep in 07 against Seattle in this ballpark. They've never swept the Angels. Their last sweep period was against the Cubs last May 21st through 23rd, right here at Minute Maid Park. So almost a year ago.
Sometimes you get in trouble as a pitcher walking guys, throwing secondary pitches, and you're just maybe in the view of the pitching coach trying to be a little too cute. In this case, Lucas Harrell can't throw his fastball, his sinker, for a strike. He's all over the place with it.
There's now warm-up action in the Astros bullpen. Paul Clemens. The Astros will be pulling Dallas Keuchel out of their bullpen to start tomorrow night against the Rangers' Alexi Ogando. And Eric Bedard comes out of the bullpen to start Saturday night against Yu Darvish. Jordan Lyles will be the Sunday starter against Nick Tepish on Mother's Day at 1:10 Sunday. Shuck smacks one on a line. Diving play, Altuve. Over to Carter. Just got him. Big time play by the second sacker. In a slow-moving third inning, he provides the highlight. And the Angels come away with only one run on no hits. One error and 3 men left. Thanks to Altuve's gorgeous play, it's 2-1 Angels. The Angels have left the bases loaded in the second and third. Here's the gem by Altuve.
And what a play this is. And this is a huge play in the ballgame. We're just in the third inning, but it doesn't take much to figure out. This saves probably a couple of runs and who knows how much more. Terrific play by a terrific second baseman.
Lucas Harrell comes back in. The run was unearned. Talking with Doug Brocail after getting out of trouble. He and Ronnie Cedeno are talking about that pickoff play.
Yeah, that's and I'm sure Harrell's saying, look, I thought you were going. If you make that move, go ahead and continue. I'm all right. Just can't throw a strike. That's a tough situation to be in.
Brandon Barnes leads it off. 2-1 Angels. There's ball one. Brandon grew up just a few blocks from Anaheim Stadium. There's ball one. 327 for Brandon. 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. He was saying tonight before batting practice he's played winter ball 3 years in a row now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Played in the Arizona Fall League in 2010, and then he went to Australia in 2011. And last year he played in Venezuela. And he played the full season there. He left just a few weeks after the Major League season ended.
Is he now to the point where he'd like to take a winter off?
Said it depends on what happens this year. 1 and 2. And I didn't press him for details, but a lot of times that amounts to a player. How does he feel at the end of the season? How is he financially? Talk to the wife. They've got a little baby, so you want to be gone a lot.
Well, if you can make that work with your family, you're not going to get rich by playing winter ball, but it should ultimately help your career along.
2 and 2. And quite often a guy in Brandon's shoes, if he has a full Major League season and does well, he would feel fine with resting them at that point and just working out for next year. But we'll let him decide. It's his life. Fly ball out of play.
Well, there are so many of the Latin players that seem to be completely ready once spring training comes around, and they never seem to get tired. And so you wonder, can you play too much?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, he plays awfully hard.
He does.
He has the football type mentality. But again, you know, what might be between the lines there for him is how much playing time does he get in this major league season. If he does a lot of sitting, he might feel inclined to play winter ball just to get the at-bats that he might be missing during this season.
Had a heck of a spring, and that certainly has helped propel him to make this club, and he's now played well with the team.
Taps that one foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And you never know, if without the winter ball experience, he may not even be here to be doing the things he's doing.
Yeah.
So,
good point.
I applaud a guy that goes out and grinds as hard as he can.
He has been working it hard. Came close to giving up baseball a couple of times. Vargas gets strikeout number 5. Hey, sports fans, join the Texans' Owen Daniels at Lucky Strike on May 20th for his Kingpin Classic. For more information, visit owendaniels.org. Nice work, Owen.
You going to be a part of that?
Why not? Do we have a game that night?
I don't know.
Robbie Grossman on the curveball with strike 1. Robbie's high school coach was here last night, John Pope. Coach Cy Fair when Robbie went to Cy Fair High School, but he's now at Cy Ranch and won a state championship. It's got to be a great time for a high school coach to come watch a guy who's now in the big leagues.
You got to believe that. Yeah. Maybe bring some of the current talent with and get to see the guy, see some major league players do it right.
One and two.
Yeah, what I think it provides for those young kids is a chance to see that somebody came through where you're currently playing. Sure. It can actually happen.
Robbie said his parents are not here tonight. Well, they're not going to come to every game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So maybe our ratings are up a little bit tonight, actually.
Well, you know they're watching. That's for absolute certain.
Fly ball at center field. Moving in for a Trout. And Trout made a great catch going back on a Grossman deep drive last night in the 3rd inning. That one routine for out number 2. Jimmy Paredes is next. He struck out looking in the 1st. So Buster Olney of ESPN was on the air today saying that he felt that Commissioner Bud Selig should have overturned the call in that Cleveland-Oakland game last night and ruled a home run for Adam Rosales and then pick up the game at that point. Tied 4-4, 2 outs in the 9th inning, and start playing from that point today before their regularly scheduled game. That would be unprecedented.
Well, that certainly would be. I was just wondering if there isn't somebody at Major League Baseball headquarters in New York that couldn't be empowered with that ability to step in and say, hey, wait a minute, let's get this thing right.
Paredes swung wildly at that pitch. It's 1-1.
You know, we talk often, and I brought it up the other day, I think yesterday, that I would prefer seeing a 5th umpire, part of the crew, at the ballpark making decisions to overrule calls that are not right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why it couldn't just at the same time take place from New York. They've got all the games on the air. They're going to see the same thing that you see right here at the ballpark. It could go either way.
Popped up. Coming in for a Trumbo. And in the 3rd inning, it goes quickly for Vargas. The Angels lead it 2-1 after 3. tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score but the experience. Here's a youngster who threw out the first pitch tonight to who's that, Javier Bracamonte?
Yeah, that was about a great experience. Yeah, that was a terrific toss.
Luke Turner, second grader at John Cooper School.
Wow.
Travis Blackley came over. And now here's Lucas Harrell throwing strike one as Ibar runs up on it, showing bunt. Ibar twice has flied to left field in this 2-1 ball game. The Angels have 2 hits. The Astros have 3, but the Astros have 2 errors. One of the runs is unearned. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Ibar.
Make that curveball changeup combination to start the inning, and I wonder if Doug Brocail might have said, hey, look, if you're struggling throwing that sinker for a strike, let's try some of the other pitches.
Bouncer out to second. Altuve in. Altuve, quick throw. Playing all-star caliber, second base.
And for our Pitch My Pitch presented by Steel Dealers, this is back in the second inning. Lucas Harrell on the hill, struggling with command. He's just walked a couple. And gets that pitch hit in the air to left field. Now has Mike Trout at the plate. That pitch was quite hittable, but nonetheless hit in the air to right field. And Lucas got out of a big jam by getting fly balls hit by Ibar and Trout.
Trout looks at that one in the dirt. Ball 1. Trout is 0 for 2. He reached on an error. Trout has hit .375 in his last 32 at bats. He's warming up. Bangs that one off his leg, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Mike Trout. One of the exciting young players. You know, there are so many really fine young players in the majors right now. It's been a great era of youngsters coming up and being impressive.
Drawn a blank for some reason. The Mets' new phenom right-hander Matt Harvey. He's one of the guys you'd have to talk about. I think Mike Trout would have to be at the top of my list.
Yeah.
Although I say that, and then Bryce Harper comes to mind. Wow, there are some great players.
These two guys you mentioned, Trout and Harper, could be doing this a decade from now. Who knows how much better they could be. Harper so far looks better this year. Too early to make that call. It's going to be very difficult for Trout to be better than he was, but as you pointed out the other night, he didn't come up until about 3 weeks into the season last year. So his overall totals could certainly be better, but the Angels are lagging offensively where they were last year.
I wonder how much Trout is trying to take the team on his back.
Exactly. Rolled out, and Dominguez moves over in front of Cedeno to take that one. Trout, who runs so well. He just was barely out.
Makes it close on a routine play.
He does play the game hard, doesn't he?
It really is great to see. Obviously, he's a terrific talent. He gets tied up again on that running fastball, but boy, that is legging things down the line.
That man is a sports car. Good young player who gets it, Ash.
He's not running on regular at all.
He plays the game hard. Strike to Albert Pujols. Twice he's flied to center field. Fouled away, and it's 0-2. And you know, some players don't run hard on balls like that, but guys with speed, it's just schooled into them. Hey, if there's one little bobble, you can beat it.
Hey, Josh Hamilton for the Angels, I'll talk about it freely. He doesn't dig going down the line unless he's sniffing an infield hit.
Yeah. Well, a lot of players do. Bouncer up the middle, on through into center field for Pujols. 0-2 pitch, 2 outs, and he's aboard. Hit number 3 for the Angels.
Well, you kind of wonder, is this who Albert Pujols is becoming? And hate to complain about a routine little single ground ball up the middle, but the Albert Pujols of a handful of years back, yeah, he picked up some of those as well, but you'd see in the numbers that he was loading up with the extra bases.
Yeah. He's aboard for Trumbo. Trumbo's 0 for 2. He reached on an error and scored. Ball 1 to Trumbo. Trumbo has very good power, well ahead of last year's home run pace. He didn't hit his 9th homer last year until May 29th. He has 9 already. He's the first Halo to hit 9 homers before May 8th since 07 when Vladimir Guerrero did it. The last 2 years, only Jose Bautista and Edwin Encarnacion of Toronto have hit more homers before the All-Star break than Trumbo. Encarnacion's hitting him at a good pace again this year.
Now the struggles with that sinker once again.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the pitch for Lucas Harrell that he can throw at will to the knees and pick up the strikes when he needs.
He did it last year. Bouncer and Altuve to his right. Little toss to Cedeno for the forced play on Pujols. No runs, a hit, and a man left. Middle of the 4th inning. The Halos lead it 2-1.
Tomorrow for the Astros and Rangers at 7:10. 10,000 fans will receive a pink cosmetic bag set. That's courtesy of the Methodist Cancer Center. Stay after the game for a spectacular fireworks show presented by Marathon Oil. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets today.
Eric Ibar has left this game with a right hamstring tightness. In the game at shortstop is Brendan Harris. Taking over for Ibar at short. And the Astros come up here in the bottom of the 4th inning. See if we can see something here with Ibar running.
As he goes up the line, things look normal right there, but maybe he's been dealing with some tightness in the hamstring and start getting it to cramp up. That's a precursor for a nice big pull.
Altuve looked at that pitch for strike 1. He smacks this one in between 3rd and short for a single. Altuve 2 for 2 in this game. He has 48 hits this year. This is the 35th game for the Astros. And he has played in all but one of those.
You know what? He's a really good hitter, and he also gets cheapies, which is a very good thing. I don't mean that to sound negative. He hits so many balls sharply like this. But if you're going to be one of those guys that's elite in terms of batting average anyway, you got to be able to have that ability to get some of the cheapies when you roll one in the infield, and he does a nice job with those.
J.D. Martinez has a runner at first. Looking at ball 1. J.D. struck out in the 1st inning. Vargas struck out 3. He's fanned 5 in the first 3. The hit by Altuve was hit number 4. A couple of those have been infield hits off Vargas. Looking very sharp tonight. Right off the end of the bat, a little pop up. Trumbo over, and Trumbo has it. 1 out. It's going to be Jason Castro. Castro grounded out to the second baseman Kendrick, who was moving to his right his first time up. You know, a little bit more on that situation, though, with Cleveland and Oakland last night. Angel Hernandez was the umpire, and the acting crew chief made that call and then refused to overturn it. And there was some comment attributed to him, although he spoke to a reporter and said he didn't want his remarks taped, according to one story, that he said, well, he didn't have all the angles that were available on both telecasts, and Major League Baseball said, oh yes, the umpires do. There goes the runner in tight, and the throw not nearly in time on a steal by Altuve. He had a marvelous jump on the way to stolen base number 4.
Actually, a nice job by Iannetta. Gets rid of the ball quickly, despite that pitch being well in on the hitter. Where that says that Altuve, and he does have a nice jump. Yeah, he just beats this one all the way. Well, he's in full speed immediately.
Sure is. He's a drag racer. He comes roaring off that start line.
Starting to see this running game be more effective now for Houston.
True. Grounded, and Kendrick again moves to his right, just about the same spot Castro grounded to him last time. Altuve to third, 2 outs. So anyway, Angel Hernandez said, well, he didn't have all the angles. And Major League Baseball put out a statement. Yes, the umpires have all the angles that are available on the various telecasts of the game, and there were 2 different telecasts of the game.
So basically baloney.
Right. And they're going to make a full review of that process now and go over everything involved in it.
Yeah, you got a problem when you say we're going to replay for integrity of all calls, or those calls that fall under that replay situation, and then they don't turn it when you can obviously see it. There's something wrong there.
Vargas stepped off and looked over at Altuve. Chris Carter struck out looking in the second inning. Ball 1. There's a .298 career hitter against the Angels with 5 homers, 9 runs batted in. It's 1-1.
Change up to start it.
Yeah, slow pitch, slow swing.
Does tend to slow down the swing.
That's a fast swing. It's headed for left field and hangs off the advertising sign to tie this game. Carter into second. The ball's there, and he is out. The run scored before the tag at second base. It'll go as an RBI single for Carter. His 19th run batted in. It goes as a single, and Altuve's stolen base really helped with this tying run. It's 2-2 after 4.
Up at 2, it's time to reward our progressive fan of the game.
That's this guy right here. Brad is sitting with me, and he gets this awesome goodie bag from Progressive. Brad's with a couple of his friends, and they're all kind of spread out. You guys like each other, or what? What brings you out tonight?
Brings us to come watch the Astros whoop some Angels' butts, kick the butt out of, what's his name, Albert Pujols, Josh Hamilton, get them out of here. Don't want to see them. Make sure they win this game. Take 3 games from them.
There you go. All right.
On the right track.
Well, they're, you saw the first one.
there.
You saw the first one, so things are going good when you're here. So stay right where you are. All right, guys. They're superstitious over here in these seats.
Well, they are really primed.
That is hardcore fandom out there.
Yes.
But very polite at the same time.
You know, and Julia, what they're doing is carrying over the rivalries of when Pujols was a Cardinal and came in here.
Exactly.
Hamilton was a Ranger and came in here, so they've carried those rivalries with them tonight. They're all aware of the history of these players against the Astros. And it's 1-2 as Hamilton has been a nemesis for Harold tonight with a homer and a walk. Lucas is battling to stay in this game. He's thrown 93 pitches. He's worked hard tonight. That's ripped by a diving Carter up the right field line. Kicks out, and that'll mean that Hamilton will get to second because Paredes has to come all the way back in toward the infield to get it on a double by Hamilton. So he hit his 4th homer in the second. He hit his 4th double here in the 5th.
Well, for Mike Scioscia, this has to be very encouraging because Hamilton actually looks like himself here this evening. It's this baseball. He always utilizes that big one-arm swing, so don't think that this is something that's new and that's creating his problems this year.
Howie Kendrick has a single and a walk tonight. There's a line shot, short hop. Cedeno picks it and throws him out. That was a bullet. Tough play because the runner was right there too. Hamilton, and Cedeno moving to his left made it look easy.
I think Hamilton might have had the really difficult play right here. Cedeno kind of got caught by the baseball, but Hamilton had to figure out, what do I do? Is this ball going to hit me? Is it going to be caught on in the air? Yeah, that's tough.
Kendrick hit it hard. Paul Clemens is warming up again for the Astros now. Alberto Callaspo is 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Angels have left the bases loaded twice. They have stranded 8. The Astros have left 1. There's strike 1 for Harrell. It's a testament to Harrell and his ability to fight in this game that he's still in there in a tie ball game. And the Astros hustled their way to that tying run in the bottom of the 4th. Take something off that pitch as well, and he checked his swing. Field to Bill Welke. 1-1. Well, you know, we make so much out of umpires missing a call like that one last night in Cleveland. With Oakland, rather. And that was ruled a double instead of a homer, but Welke missed a play at the plate last night.
That play doesn't fall under the category of reviewable plays, and in my book it should.
Yeah.
And it certainly could have cost the Astros a game.
Same effect. It's not a run, and it could have been a run. Same effect as the game last night in Cleveland.
So where would you delineate the reviewable and not reviewable? Because any play could lead to a run.
Popped up. Cedeno's back. Cedeno has it for out number 2. Well, we'll talk about it after we see it first. Some might have missed it last night.
Yeah, this is that safety squeeze, and as the toss comes to the plate, they're at full speed. That's hard to see, but Paredes gets his hand on the plate. The tag was not initially made. Bo Porter argues, and he's right when it's all said and done, because Jimmy Paredes did a terrific job getting hand on plate. But again, no run. Out is the ultimate call, and it came very close to costing.
Chris Iannetta has walked twice tonight. That was in the 8th inning. The Astros had a 3-1 lead at the time, which was the final score of the game. Strike 1 to Iannetta. But then in the 9th, the Angels loaded the bases with 1 out. That call at home plate was looking awfully big at that point. Wound up being not significant in the outcome of the game. Well, you know, Bull Porter had an interesting comment when the media asked him about the play in Cleveland. He said, well, I don't want to address that play because I wasn't there and I'm just concentrating on my own team. And they said, well, what about replay in general? He said, well, I think if you don't have to go back and place the runners, then it makes sense to try to get plays right. In other words, in that play at the plate last night, you wouldn't have had to place the runners anywhere based on overturning it. But on maybe a trapped catch, now the difficulty is where do we put the runners on there?
Well, that can be problematic. Here's the slow version. Yes, you can see hand on plate. And a great job by Paredes. And see, there's no tag, obviously. Tag made now. So call missed. And that was one that would be easy to review and change because you can clearly see the hand on the plate.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike. But now, let's say you have bases loaded and an outfielder comes in and he dives for the ball and an umpire has to make an out call if he caught it or he didn't catch it. And now, you know, on review, they say, well, he didn't catch it. Well, now what do we do with these base runners?
Yeah, that's a legitimate problem in baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Iannetta.
So I think ultimately, if you said you were in favor of increasing the number of reviewable plays, and I certainly am, maybe plays like that just simply can't be reviewed if it impacts other base runners. Love to see as many plays called correctly as possible. And I think it only serves the integrity of the game to do so.
Right. That's a walk to Iannetta, his 3rd. And 103 pitches have been thrown by Harrell. They'll face Shuck next.
This will be intriguing to hear the comments post-game from Lucas Harrell as to how he felt about things this evening.
Ties his career high for walks in a game. He walked 6 last September 25th against the Cardinals. And Shuck drew one of the walks back in the 2nd. Then he grounded out in the 3rd. There's strike 1. What's odd is that the left-handed hitters have hit 279 against Harrell. Right-handed hitters 364. So at this point he might feel more comfortable facing left-handed hitters, not Hamilton.
I think that fastball and changeup that run away from the left-hand hitters actually tougher to deal with for those guys than the way those pitches move in on the right-hand hitters and sometimes over the plate. Pretty hittable.
1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Astros playing very competitively here against the Angels. If they win this one, they would be only a half game behind the Angels in the standings. They won the opener of the series 7-6. They won last night 3-1. Broken bat liner caught by Harrell. And he shattered the bat and got out of more trouble here in the 5th inning. He just continues to bounce off the ropes and get key outs in this game to keep it tied 2-2. chicken combo. It's back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. Try one today with fries and a drink for just $4.99 plus tax. That's $4.99, Alan Ashby.
I've got that figured out by now.
You gotta have that 5 spot rattling around in your back pocket.
I hate that tax portion of that, though.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get you into a tax-free situation. Bottom of the 5th inning, it's tied at 2. It's crazy this game is tied at 2. Ronnie Cedeno has been a part of the run scoring. He reached on a 2-out infield hit on a blown call, stole a base and scored. So that's been part of it. There is ball 1.
Isn't that something? Lucas Harrell is in a tie ball game as rough a night as he had personally through 5 innings.
Yes. Fly ball out to left center field. Hit well. Shuck is back. Shuck on the run. Off his glove. He falls down on the warning track. Trout picks it up. That's a long double for Cedeno. Well hit ball for Cedeno for double number 4.
J.B. Shuck gave that everything he had, got leather to it. That's just simply a tough play out in that part of the park.
Long run for Shuck here.
Ronnie Cedeno gets a pitch down around the knees, but through the heart of the plate. Got a pretty nice job with that stick.
Hardest hit ball tonight off the lefty Vargas. Good effort by Shuck. Wound up getting jammed in that corner. Now Dominguez, who had the RBI single, is showing bunt. He gets it down. The runner will get to third. Here's Vargas throwing him out. On the sacrifice, Dominguez got jammed on that, but did a good job. Pitch in on him, and he got the sacrifice down to get Cedeno to third.
This bunt by Dominguez draws in the third baseman, and that leaves a wide open door for Ronnie Cedeno to move into third base. That's just a great job.
Terrific job of adjusting, moving his feet. Came off his feet, in fact.
Yeah, that's a pitch that could have been taken for a ball, but when you get the job done, then everybody's very happy about it.
Airborne bunt.
Yeah.
For Domingo.
Keep your feet off the ground when you're bunting, fellas.
Infield in for Brandon Barnes. Brandon struck out in the 3rd inning. Trying to give the Astros their first lead. Vargas delivers ball 1. By the way, the Astros have now released outfielder Rick Ankiel. We got that word this afternoon. He had been designated for assignment on Monday. All of his former teammates really think he can do well with another club. 2 balls, no strikes.
There's a guy that had quite an impact in terms of his persona.
He did.
Just as his person on the ball club.
He really did help the younger guys. Barnes looks down for a sign.
I think he bought into everything that the Astros have been preaching and trying to do, and trying to live it as much as possible.
He played hard. 2-0 count here. Barnes steps away. Looking at the signs from Tremblay for a while. The game's slowing down now.
With 1 out, it's classic squeeze time. That infield drawing in makes it tough, though.
A little tapper goes foul. It's almost as if when the game slows down like that, you almost think something's on sometimes, right?
Feels like it, doesn't it? The defense is sniffing it.
Everybody wanting to make sure they're set for the next pitch. And that's been Mike Scioscia's club's game for more than a decade now. The Angels have run the bases so well. They've done those little things. But these are not Aaron Erstad's Angels.
What Mike Scioscia is taking great pride in with the base running is going first to third and second to home on base hits. Not just about stolen bases.
Exactly. Barnes pokes one, and that'll get through and give the Astros the lead. 3-2. Ricocheting around as Trumbo laid out for it, and then Kendrick couldn't corral it, and the Astros have their first lead as Barnes went toward right field with it.
You hear about seeing eye hits? This ball, that's hitting 2 infielders, and yet neither one could make the play. Just reaching out, spoiling off the end of the glove, and then on by Kendrick. Got to rule that a hit.
That's a hit in baseball or croquet for Brandon Barnes. Picks up RBI number 7. 3-2 lead. He might go here. Cedeno scoring. Grossman the batter. And they throw over.
Have I been watching the same game?
No, this is.
The Astros lead in this game.
This is crazy. This does not compute. The Angels have left 10. The Astros have left 1. The Astros have made 2 errors. The Astros have walked 6. Grounded foul. They do have the edge in hits, 7-4 over the Halos. Going to be most disappointing though for Vargas. Vargas has thrown the ball so well tonight. His teammates have left all those men on base. He got the first 2 outs in the second, gave up that infield hit on the missed call at first. Cedeno reaching and then snap throw over, and then Cedeno stole a base and came around to score on the Dominguez hit. And in the 4th inning, Altuve got a hit. He stole a base, advanced on a ground out, and came home on the Carter single. And here again, the Astros doing something successful with the Dominguez sac bunt in this inning, getting Cedeno to third from where he scores on the Barnes infield hit. Out to center field, Trout backing on it. Trout makes the play, 2 outs.
Create memories, save money, and have fun with the Astros baseball. No matter what your special event, we will create an experience your group is sure to remember. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to find out more.
Folks up there in one of the suites tonight having a good time. 3-2 Houston. They're not watching Jimmy Paredes hit.
Buckle down, guys.
Well, they've got TVs up there. They can watch it from all angles. Jimmy is 0 for 2. Altuve on deck. Josh Fields is beginning a rehab assignment tomorrow. All the way. He'll be at Quad Cities. Scheduled to pitch 2 innings against Cedar Rapids. He's been on a 15-day DL since April 4th with a strained right forearm. He's been in Florida healing up. And the way that rehab situation works, there's a 30-day clock which begins to run on Josh Fields tomorrow. That's all he gets, 30 days total. But let's say he pitches for 10 days and then has some tightness or something, they can stop the clock at that point, shut him down again, and then resume it later when he gets healthy. They got him if they execute. High throw, they don't execute. Barnes into second base on the high throw by Trumbo, who launched one over the head of Kendrick, and it went into Harris's glove, backing up the play.
I think for Mike Scioscia, execute is a word that might be passing through his head right about now.
Boy.
Well, these Angels, generally through the years, you think of them as a fundamentally sound club, team that runs the base as well as we've talked about, but doing a lot of the little things well, and for Mike Scioscia, this has to be so frustrating.
Let's see what the official scorer ruled on that.
Jimmy Paredes has that move down pat from the right side. Got rung up last night with one of those. Or was that his first at bat tonight? I'm kind of blending the two together.
First at bat tonight. I don't know yet whether that was a steal or an error on Trumbo. What would you guess? No error on the play.
Well, with the runner in motion, I think you've got to give the stolen base.
Maybe did. 1 and 2. You know the whole line. We've passed it along many times. Might as well get it out there again about execution. And John McKay, when he was coaching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they had lost a million games in a row. And somebody said, "Well, Coach, what do you think about your team's execution?" Well, in general, I'm in favor of it.
And that's what I was referring to with the line on Mike Scioscia.
Yeah.
I think he certainly is considering execution.
Wow. So it's stolen base number 4 for Brandon Barnes, and 3 steals tonight for the Astros. Paredes strikes out in the 5th inning. The Astros settle for 1 run on 2 hits. They leave a man. Ronnie Cedeno scoring, 3-2 Houston.
Celebrate Mother's Day with Pink in the Park at Minute Maid Park this weekend as the Astros face off against the Texas Rangers. 10,000 fans will receive a pink giveaway each night, courtesy of the Methodist Cancer Center. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets now, guys.
Thanks, Julia. Big weekend coming up. The Rangers in town. Mother's Day weekend. Hope to see you out here. There will be a lot of pink in the park. Lucas Harrell went 5 innings tonight. He gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, walking 6, fanning 1, threw 106 pitches. Now Paul Clemens is in the game with a 1-1 record and a 4.79 ERA.
Paul Clemens with that nice whip just over the 1 mark. Done a real nice job. He, as a guy who has kind of a violent delivery, just 4 walks, quite impressive over those 20-plus innings.
Last time I saw him was during batting practice, and he dumped water on his head, trying to cool down from a workout.
Better him than you.
Brendan Harris leads it off, hitting .237 in 23 games. He's had 59 at bats. There's strike 1 for Paul Clemens.
I think among the players with the Astros, Paul Clemens might be the guy to watch. I think they figure he's likely to do just about anything at any time.
Keeps everybody loose, doesn't he?
Maybe not intentionally.
He's a fun guy to be around. Free-spirited. Throws hard. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brendan Harris. He took over for Ibar, who left with a right hamstring tightness after 3 at-bats, going 0 for 3. Lucas Harrell ought to get some kind of an award tonight for staying in through 5 innings.
He's the pitcher of record right now.
He really
on the
is.
Winning side.
Yep. He is. That's a drive to left center field. A long run for Barnes. That one will bang off the wall. That'll go over for a home run. Harris takes the tour. And it's 3-3 now. And that takes a win away from Harrell, as Harris goes deep. The Angels get their 2nd long ball of the night. For Harris, that's number 2.
Mike Scioscia might be thinking, what is the problem? I've been throwing the wrong shortstop. Not a guy that you think of as a home run hitter, but that fastball up inner third gets hit pretty hard.
5 hits for the Halos. It's a tie game with Trout batting. Trout takes it for ball 1. He's 0 for 3. Astros bullpen has 1 win, 6 losses, a 4.87 ERA, relying on Clemens now to try to slam the door after that homer tied it. There goes foul. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Well, he shattered the bat. Trout walking back to get another stick.
Good for wiffle ball from here on out, but not much else.
He's an electrifying player. He can win games in a lot of different ways. Clemens on Saturday night against Detroit worked 2 innings. He gave up 2 earned runs in a 17-2 loss. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count for Paul.
Well, I won't put you on the spot, Brownie, but wouldn't it be intriguing if you had that possibility to start your major league club today and you had the choice between Mike Trout and maybe Bryce Harper and anybody else who's out there?
Oh,
which way do you go?
You're right. Somebody like Matt Harvey.
Is Steven Strasburg still on that list?
Really good question.
Question marks about his arm again.
Yep. A lot of outstanding young pitchers in the major leagues who have just come up here in the last year.
You want that guy that goes out there every 5 days, or do you want the guy who plays every day? Hanley Ramirez or Josh Beckett, kind of that trade from some years back.
Well, it would be hard not to consider very strongly this man, wouldn't it? Because of the impact he can have offensively, defensively. He's got the speed, he's got the power combo. He plays awfully hard every night. Just brings it every night. Fly ball left center field. There's a catch by Grossman.
You never know what you might win, but here's how you can try. Just watch Sportsnet Central every night in May, 10 p.m. or after the game to learn our word of the night. Then log on to csnhouston.com for a chance to win cash, prizes, and more. Play words on CSN every night in this month of May.
What's our word tonight, Ash?
You know, I haven't been informed, and I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Albert Pujols looks at strike 1. He's 1 for 3.
Trying to tell me you don't know?
No.
I think total pitches might be the word.
Well, we'll see where we are with that. This should be an interesting night for that. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Boy, what an intriguing night for Lucas Harrell. There is just no way you could say he had his stuff, he had his command, maybe was unfortunate. None of that would apply.
No.
He just battled and hung in there.
Boy, he did. It was surprising he could get through 5. Bouncer goes foul. 1 and 2. And that is a complimentary remark because of the fact that he just didn't have his normal stuff tonight. So, you know, pitchers talk about that, being able to figure things out, negotiate around a night when the sinker's not there, kind of thing for Lucas.
Yeah, it's one of those nights where the manager eventually says, I'm really proud of the pitcher tonight, the way he battled and hung in there and gave us a chance to win.
So 1 and 2 to Pujols.
Translated means he didn't have his stuff at all, but somehow made it work. Happy, happy time.
Yeah, good shot. Helps to be small to get in those shots like that with 3 people. Whoa! Paul Clemens just caught Albert Pujols looking. Don't think about it, Paul, what you just did. That's a moment to savor later on.
Pujols just got yakkered. Over the top. Big yacker, the curveball, and that bends from up around the bill of the cap to right through the heart of the plate.
It's time to break that out. 2 outs now, and it's Trumbo. Trumbo's 0 for 3. And a guy like Paul Clemens trying to establish himself in the big leagues. That'll be a moment he could think about after the season's over. He is second in the American League in relief innings pitched. Just past the 21 inning mark in innings pitched as a reliever. First time he's faced the Angels. Foul back 1-1, but in his very first major league game he got a win in Seattle April 9th. Eric Bedard left the game. He was on a pitch count and left with a 13-0 lead in the 5th inning. Paul Clemens came in and went 4 innings. Gave up 5 runs and got the win in a 16-9 wild one. He was in that tie game against the Yankees. He lost that one. Foul back, and now finds himself in another tie because of the home run he allowed to Harris. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The closer Jose Veras has worked in both games of this series and has saves in both of those. Clemens came up when Josh Fields went on the DL April 8th. Curveball stays up that time for him, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Clemens had a good spring with a 1.69 ERA in 4 games. He had been primarily a starter in the past. He's been pretty aggressive in these relief appearances. He went 5 1/3 innings in Oakland in relief, did not give up a run, throwing 72 pitches on that occasion. And the curveball gets him a strikeout on Trumbo. So back-to-back Ks. Pujols and Trumbo keep this game tied. The Angels tie it on a Harris home run. It's 3-3 in the 6th. Series with the AL West front-running Texas Rangers tomorrow night at Minute Maid Park. Astros pregame live kicks things off at 6:30 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet. Chevron will show you the pitching matchup for tomorrow night. Brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. Alexi Ogando pitched very well in beating the Astros here 4-0 on the 3rd of April. Dallas Keuchel pitched well against the Rangers last year. He's 0-1 with a 4.96 ERA. He makes his first start of the season tomorrow night. Jose Altuve looks at strike one on the 65th pitch of the game by Jason Vargas. Altuve is 2 for 2. Vargas has pitched back-to-back complete games. As Alan mentioned earlier, one of those games was an 8-inning game, a loss. But it's pretty rare for a pitcher to pitch 3 consecutive complete games. A shot into right field, and Altuve's 3 for 3 off it. He had an infield hit off the pitcher's hand. He pulled the ball between third and short. And now he shoots one into right field. He's just all over the field tonight.
How are you going to play him? All you can do is play him straight up and somehow try to get lucky. Really good hitter.
3 for 3 tonight. 6th 3-hit game. Second in the majors to James Loney, Tampa Bay. J.D. Martinez is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a foul pop. Base strike when Vargas had an eye on the base runner.
That's the James Loney who could no longer hit in a Dodger uniform.
Yeah, that is nuts.
It happens, doesn't it?
It does. Dodgers are plagued this year. They've been hit by injuries, all sorts of problems for that Dodger club. And the Angels and Dodgers, both there within a few miles of each other, have really come out of the gate slowly with big expectations. Angels 11 and 22. The Dodgers are 13 and 20.
Two very well thought of baseball guys as managers, Mike Scioscia here and Don Mattingly.
Out at first. Altuve picked off as Trumbo took the throw from Vargas on a 1-3 pickoff for out number 1.
This is what a manager does. He sets up plays like this as Trumbo's playing back behind or in front of the runner and then comes back to the bag on the pickoff, and that for whatever reason completely fools Altuve.
Well, ball makes it 0-2. He's just taking his lead.
Quick step off and pickoff move, and that may not have even been pre-set up. That may have just been simply a read by left-hander on the hill. Jose's not happy with his performance.
Martinez strikes out. That's number 7 now for Vargas. The Angels are 11 games under 500 for the first time since May 22nd, 2006. Vargas, in the space of that throw to first, picked off the base runner, and then the next pitch struck out Martinez. So now it's 2 outs, nobody on for Castro, who twice has grounded to Howie Kendrick's right. Howie Kendrick needs to be ready to move to his right.
Maybe set up a step or two in that direction. It would appear that a trend has been set here with the two guys.
Curve is in for strike 1 for Vargas.
That's funny. We talked about Vargas. He's had trouble with left-handed batters. Jason Castro's had a miserable time with left-handed pitching. So you have to believe that it still falls the favor for the pitcher Vargas in this scenario.
Yeah. 1-1 for Jason. Castro, that is. 2 Jasons squaring off. Well, it's actually 1-1 for both of them. Fouled away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Based on what Jason Castro tries to do, the way he hits the ball to left field so effectively, I'm surprised that left-hand pitching is still giving him a bit of a tough time. It's usually that left-hand hitter who tries to pull all the time that just leaves himself no chance against the lefties.
He slugs this one up the right field line into the corner. Castro will head for second base. Hamilton picks it up. Castro in with a double, number 11 of the year. Well, 1-2 pitch, and he took a rip at it on a nice result.
Looked like he got a pitch down and in and dropped the barrel quickly to it. Maybe this helps get things turned around. Clears out that front side very quickly. Watch those hips clear out and create this rocket.
Very hard hit ball. Second double for the Astros tonight. Castro has 11 of those, tied for 4th in the American League. That could be a 2-out rally starter. Gives Chris Carter a man in scoring position. He drove in Altuve with a single off the wall in the 4th inning. Then he was thrown out trying to stretch it to a double. Struck out looking in the 2nd. That one moves him off the plate. It's ball 1. It's 9 hits for the Astros. The Angels have 5. Houston has stranded 2. The Angels 10 men left on base. That's the strike, and it's 1-1. Carter had been 0 for 11 against Vargas until he got that RBI single in the fourth. Foul back 1-2.
That was the good hack right there. Here in the series, Carter's had some good hacks, a couple of home runs. Might have gotten tied up a little on this one, but got plenty of strength to make it work. This one not tied up at all. Way up on the wall. It's one very strong man. Making contact has been his issue.
Struck out for the 52nd time back in the second inning. Now down in the count 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, a single to right field. Could do it for the go-ahead run here for Chris Carter. Carter's hitting 167 with runners in scoring position this year coming into this game. Now he works the count full. $80 pitches for Vargas. Last year he had a fine season for Seattle. He worked 217 innings. 114, lost 11 with a 3.85 ERA. He was American League Pitcher of the Month in July last year, going 5-0 for that month with a 1.64 ERA. Fouled away. The only other start for Vargas against the Astros was in 05. And he lost that game at Houston against Andy Pettit. Gave up 3 runs in 5 innings, allowed homers to Brad Ausmus and Craig Biggio in the 5th. Vargas was a pitcher and first baseman at LSU before he transferred to Long Beach State. That's a walk to Carter. Well, he patiently worked for that walk, his 12th of the year after falling behind in the count 1-2. And it's Cedeno coming up. It's the first walk of the night for Vargas. The pitching coach. You know, Carter is a big RBI guy. So a lot of times the manager would say to a guy with a 3-2 count, and he's expecting him to drive in big runs, hey, it's a marginal pitch. Go ahead. Because you're hitting 6th here. So that's what you're here to do, drive in runs.
I completely agree. And for me, Chris Carter is the #1 guy on this club that if he's got a chance, if it's 3-0 or if it's whatever the count may be, depending on the situation in the ball game, I'm green lighting him and I'm telling him that means we want you to get that cookie fastball and drill it somewhere. You're the guy that drives in runs.
I don't know if Will Porter's had that conversation with him or not. Vargas has thrown 17 pitches this inning. That's the most for him in any inning tonight. Those are his numbers. With 82 pitches, and Cedeno's 2 for 2 against him. An infield hit and a double to left center. That was the hardest hit ball of the night by an Astro to this point. Pickoff throw at second, diving back in. There's Castro on the throw from Ionetta.
It's already painful enough that the Astros have had one guy, Altuve, picked off in the inning.
They had 2 hits and a walk in the inning. That pickoff is looming large right now. 2 balls, no strikes.
That 2-0 scenario, this is one that I'm referring to. Do you feel that Cedeno is a guy that can drive in runs? You're so likely to get a fastball in this situation, especially after the walk to Carter.
Why not? The way he swung the bat last time up. Not a good pitch to swing at. He takes it for ball 3 with Michael Kahn warming up in the bullpen.
You got the fastball off the plate, close, but that's where you have to rely on the guy who gets a green light.
Kahn is throwing. 3-0 count for Cedeno now. Dominguez on deck. That's a strike. Well, some of the Astros pitchers are taking batting practice now, getting ready for interleague play on the next trip as Bo Porter's club will go to Detroit and Pittsburgh. Joe Girardi's Yankees have been in Colorado. He hit his pitcher 8th.
Buying into that Tony La Russa theory, huh?
Apparently so. And the Yankees hadn't hit a pitcher 8th since the 50s when Casey Stengel did it. Phil Rizzuto was batting 9th at that point.
I have not been convinced about that theory at all.
No. Strike, and now 3-2. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. The runners will go.
That's the one advantage to taking a couple of strikes, is that when you do start swinging the bat, you've got runners in motion.
Big pitch coming in this 3-3 game. And spin move back towards second. Castro is not leaving early. Angels are paying a whole lot of attention to him. First full count of the game for Vargas. Just came on Carter. Now second one in a row. So he's being extended here in the 6th inning. Blue Jays and Rays are tied 4-4. They're in the bottom of the 10th in St. Petersburg. Miguel Escobar hit his 3rd home run for Tampa Bay. Phillies and Diamondbacks 0-0 in Arizona. Top of the 4th inning. Patrick Corbin is on the mound for the D-backs with their 19-15 record. Vargas comes with a 3-2 pitch to Cedeno with the runners moving, and it's ball 4 to load the bases for Dominguez. Back-to-back walks on 3-2 pitches here to Carter and Cedeno. The Astros had not drawn a walk tonight until just a few minutes ago. Now they get a bases loaded opportunity, and Dominguez is 1 for 1 with a sac bunt tonight. Hit to right field, drove in the first run for the Astros in the 2nd inning, scored by Cedeno. Nice grand slam for the Astros by J.D. Martinez last June 14th against the Giants. Brandon Barnes is on deck. Looping liner in the center. That'll score Castro. Carter coming to the plate. Trout's throw, not in time. The Astros lead it 5-3. 2-run single Dominguez. It's a 3 RBI night for Matt.
That's a big backbreaker on these Angels. And cool and calm Matt Dominguez is the guy that supplies it. First pitch swinging, by the way, knowing that his opponent there, Vargas, has been struggling to throw strikes, walking hitters. Doesn't hit it hard, but drops it into center. Well, that's a lovely thing to see when you need it so much.
A timely hit for Matt Dominguez. The number 8 hitter gives his club the lead by 2, forces a move to the bullpen. Michael Kahn comes in. Jason Vargas leaving. 5-3 Houston. Back in a moment.
The 6th inning, the Dynamo put their home unbeaten streak on the line this Sunday. That's against Sporting KC. Coverage begins Sunday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus.
Michael Kahn comes in. He's 26 years old, a 13th round pick in 08 by the Angels. No decisions, an ERA of 3.38. He worked last night in 2/3 of an inning. He allowed 1 hit, no runs. Brandon Barnes faces him. Barnes had the RBI single, the infield hit in the 5th inning to give the Astros a 3-2 lead. He's 1 for 2. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. Goes for the first pitch, and it's a foul ball, strike 1. Astros tonight are 4 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Braves and Giants playing in the bottom of the 1st at San Francisco with no score. Yankees beat the Rockies in Colorado 3-1. Adam Warren won that one. And Jeff Francis, Mariano Rivera got his 13th save. Runner going from first, it's popped up. Trumbo coming over, and that's a foul ball. Dominguez took off on that one. It's no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, if you're Matt Dominguez taking off in that scenario, you better be all out to make sure that if the ball's not hit, not fouled off in this case, that you got that stolen base.
I think they were trying to steal a run with Cedeno at third there.
Yeah, I certainly think that had to be part of the game plan.
No balls, 2 strikes to Barnes. Dominguez fake. There's the throw to third base. Looked like he was about ready to take off again. He took a quick step as the throw went over third.
There's a pickoff move that I think is just completely underutilized. You can pick guys off on this play if you can work it timing wise with that third baseman. They did a nice job, and even a nicer job by Cedeno.
Aspo coming over to talk with the pitcher Kahn. And last night Joe Girardi batting pitcher David Phelps 8th in Colorado, and the infielder Austin Romine batting 9th for the Yankees last night. Yankees winning tonight 3-1. They hit by Cano, his 9th home. Runner going again, foul back.
Infielders up the middle near that bag at second did not even take a step toward the bag. So if I'm Bo Porter, you quickly read that and realize that the Angels are not going to throw through.
Kendrick right there holding his position. Scott Kazmir and the Indians beat the Athletics 9-2. Kazmir winning his 2nd of the year. They beat Bartolo Colon, the former Indian. Mark Reynolds hit his 11th home run for the Tribe. Line shot caught by the shortstop Harris. And the Astros grab the lead with 2 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They're knocked in by the number 8 hitter, Matt Dominguez, with a bases loaded single. It's 5-3 Houston after 6.
front 5-3 here at Minute Maid Park. And our AT&T tweet of the game is from Orbit. It said, visiting patients and staff today at Methodist Hospital with Jason Castro and Chris Carter. The Astros making people smile today. And Orbit actually made his way around town. He was all over the place, including the CSN studios. Watch out for Astros bases loaded next week. You might see him, guys.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Like that tease?
Yeah. Josh Hamilton leads it off. Gets one in the air foul. There's strike one. Hamilton has had a night of it with a homer, a walk, and a double tonight. Wesley Wright warming up for the Astros. Orbit in action right there. Posing for photos. Very popular, engaging mascot, especially when he visits the CSN studios. No balls, 2 strikes.
He can dance a little bit.
Orbit can do it all. 13,003 the paid attendance tonight. The finale of this series. Paul Clemens now in a position to be the winning pitcher if he can hang on to this lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He gave up the tying home run to Brendan Harris, the first man he faced. Then got the next 3. Trout, Pujols, and Trumbo. Now 1 and 2 on Hamilton. Jason Vargas in 5 2/3 innings allowed 10 hits, 5 runs. He walked 2 and fanned 7 through 89 pitches, 59 for strikes. Hamilton, the Astros not really shifted around that much on him as Wesley Wright works in the bullpen. There's the way they line up. Garrett Richards warming up for the Angels, a right-hander. Oh, a curveball. Well, he got Pujols with that pitch. He gets Hamilton with that pitch. Both looking. 3 strikeouts in a row for Clemens.
Josh Hamilton not buying into the call. That's a good pitch. That is certainly not low with that big down-breaking curveball.
Adrian Johnson calls it strike 3. Howie Kendrick is the batter. Kendrick has a single and a walk in 3 trips. Ball 1. Lucas Harrell started for Houston, went 5, allowing 1 earned run. And now it turns into which bullpen can do well in the final 3 innings of this ball game. Brandon Barnes shades definitely toward right center on Kendrick. He's a right center field hitter quite often. This time, diving play. Dominguez gets up, high throw, and safe at first. Great diving stop, but then the throw was high, and even big 6'4" Chris Carter had to come up off the bag and couldn't get the out at first.
Carter, in fact, did a nice job coming back down, trying to apply a tag, but just too late. That's a great play with the glove, but now you've got to be able to finish it, and for the second time on the night, that throw just sails.
That is ruled a hit.
I think that's very kind scoring.
Well, you have to break it down, right? When you're the official scorer. The guy made a great diving stop. Okay, but then what did he do? Did he have time to throw the runner out?
At that point, after making the fine play with the glove, it's quite routine for Matt Dominguez.
Callaspo the batter. Callaspo takes. There's ball 1. He's 0 for 2 with a sac fly. Well, Dominguez has made 2 errors in this game tonight. Now Bo Porter's coming out. He has Wright warming up. Ionetta's on deck. Clemens is smiling. This could be a humorous exchange.
Again, that terrific diving stop, but once the throw or the play becomes the routine part of the game, it just gets away.
Right. Matt would probably say, oh, I definitely should add him. But then sometimes you get victimized by your own range if you're
that's true
in that situation.
It's true.
You're going to have probably more errors if you have more range on the infield.
Up until tonight, I'm not sure I've seen a throw get away from Matt Dominguez.
True, good point. He's got a very accurate arm. He's made a lot of throws on the run, just right there chest high at the first baseman. Bo with a little chop. Altuve comes over. Switch to Carter. 2 outs. Kendrick to second base. And now it's Iannetta coming up. So Bo Porter went out himself rather than Doug Brocail to say something to his pitcher Clemens. Clemens was smiling. Bo probably won't pass along what he told him after the game. Privileged information. But if you could be a bug right there on the mound, it might have been an interesting little remark or two. Chris Iannetta with 3 walks. It looked like he might have been just trying to break the mood a little bit for Paul. I think Paul was upset at that previous pitch, and he was just trying to lighten things for him a little bit.
I think that's exactly what took place. And you have to know personalities on a ball club. And with a guy like Paul Clemens, you're likely to say something that just loosens it up, because it's not that he's tense. He's just so intense.
Yeah. Very intense guy. Step back off the rubber and looked back at Kendrick off second.
One of those guys who tends to make others laugh at him, not by trying to be funny, but it just comes across that way.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys. A lot of fun to be around. Hector Ambrose is warming up alongside Wesley Wright. 2-0. Now in the clubhouses, when you were a player, did you always have kind of a funny guy on just about every team you were on, or somebody who would be able to be a tension breaker, that kind of person?
I guess my initial reaction, I'm trying to think through each club. Generally speaking, that guy is there. It may be a guy who's genuinely funny. It may be a guy who's not funny at all, but does funny things. You know, the guy that everybody says, hey, keep your eye on so-and-so. You're not going to believe what's going to happen next. But, yeah, there's usually somebody that provides the comedic moment.
Now 3-0, and Clemens missed that one by a wide margin. He's thrown 29 pitches. Well, you had an 86 club, for example. You had Charlie Kerfeld, Kevin Bass, Larry Anderson. You had all kinds of guys who break the mood there. When things got
different styles there, definitely, but that's a great cast of characters you just mentioned.
That's a 4-pitch walk. Iannetta's 4th of the night. Just guessing that's a high for Chris Iannetta in a major league game.
I want to see the last time somebody had 4 at-bats in a major league game and walked all 4 times. None of them being intentional.
Yeah. Well, that'll prompt a call to the bullpen. J.B. Shuck is 0 for 2 with a walk. He lined to the pitcher, Harrell, to get Lucas out of trouble for Lucas's final out in the game, the 5th inning. And Bo Porter is out to make a move to the lefty, Wesley Wright, to bring about this lefty-on-lefty situation. Was Shuck the batter. That's it for Clemens. Clemens goes an inning and 2/3. Could be the winning pitcher tonight. That'll depend on what happens starting in just a few minutes when Wesley Wright takes over in a 5-3 game. Back in a moment.
TV provider doesn't carry CSN yet, call them and tell them you want CSN so you can have the very best coverage of your Astros. This is your network. Astros fans, you deserve it. To get the facts, go to iwantcsnhouston.com.
Managerial wheels are spinning. Bo Porter has brought in a reliever, Wesley Wright. Now let's see what Field & Culbreth, the crew chief, is doing. He's talking with the other guys on this crew. Pinch hitter has been announced, Luis Jimenez. And Bo apparently is asking a question of this umpiring crew, and they're going to have to confer now before getting him the answer. Bo is making a move to the bullpen now. And here comes Mike Scioscia. He says, wait a minute.
Boy, you can't do that.
Wesley Wright's got a pitch to one batter.
Yes, he does.
What's going on? But Bo had asked the umpires, and they gave him an answer. And then at that point, he put out the right arm, and Wesley Wright is not going to be facing one batter.
Mike Scioscia is going to protest this if it goes this way. I completely agree with Scioscia.
Well, maybe there was something that was handled incorrectly by the umpires. Just guessing, but why would they be allowing Hector Ambrose to come in without Wesley Wright facing a batter? Apparently he wasn't injured warming up. That would be the only reason we could think of why they would be allowed to do this.
I have never seen this even considered.
Nope.
And I'd love to hear the spin that's going on with the umpires right now as they make that allowance for the Astros.
This is very unusual. But Hector Ambrose is warming up, and they had already announced pinch hitter Luis Jimenez batting for Schuck. So they have a right-handed batter in the game. And the rules are that relief pitcher has to work to one batter.
Yep.
Now here comes Scioscia again. He is absolutely furious. And that is Brian O'Nora. And now Field & Culbreth takes over on the discussion.
Well, I'd love to hear this one.
Yeah.
Because, again, I've never seen an exception to the rule that a pitcher doesn't have to face one batter.
Very perplexing here.
And yet 4 umpires seem to feel that they have found a different scenario here.
Yes.
Mike Scioscia isn't at all convinced that they've found that.
And something about going to the mouth. So not sure what that was about.
You know, are they possibly saying that all Wesley Wright had to do was throw one pitch, and therefore going to the mouth constituted a ball and one pitch?
No, he has to face one batter.
That's the rule.
So one pitch doesn't get it done.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to figure out why Scioscia was making the mannerism of going to the mouth.
Right. Right, that's really hard to figure. And as far as Scioscia, he had announced the pinch hitter Jimenez, a right-handed batter batting for Schuck. So then at that point, Bo Porter went out and asked the umpires something. They conferred. They gave him an answer. He moved his right arm in the air, bringing in Hector Ambrose, but Wright has not faced a batter in this game.
You just almost hear the umpires right there saying, you know what, Mike Scioscia has a point here. We might have to reverse this thing.
Well, the point is, yeah, they want to make sure they have it right before this game proceeds any further, because he might win on protest. And
yeah, you'd hate that to be the case.
Yeah, if he protests the game, then and he wins, it would have to be replayed from this point on. So that's going to cause all kinds of issues.
I can imagine Scioscia saying, if you guys go on with this decision, I have no recourse but to protest the game.
I think he's going to get his way. I think Bo Porter's going to be told that Wesley Wright has to come back out and pitch. We'll see. Going to the phone. the press box. They can find the phone.
This one doesn't work here, but this one occasionally works.
Maybe asking a question. I can't imagine what that would be, Ash.
I don't see how any question applies right here.
There's Wesley Wright. He's talking with Rex Jones. It does not appear that he was injured in any way. Did you see?
No, but I'm wondering if Bo Porter somehow tried to pull an injury maneuver right there.
Well, not sure what that gesture meant from Field and Colbert, the crew chief. Oh, a P. He was making a P. The game is being played under protest, I think, is what he was indicating.
Well, that's a shame because from my seat, I can't imagine how Mike Scioscia doesn't win this.
And he may, once the protest is reviewed. So if he does win the protest, the game would be replayed from this point on. But there's Wesley Wright. He was brought out of the bullpen, and he did not throw a pitch in the game.
The only thing I can possibly imagine is that Bo Porter claimed that Wesley Wright had hurt himself and therefore had to come out of the game.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't think Mike Scioscia would be arguing. Now Scott Cousins is coming up to pinch hit, a left-handed batter. So if we have all this right, Jimenez had been announced as the pinch hitter for Shark, so Jimenez is out of the game. Cousins comes up to pinch hit for Jimenez. And Mike Scioscia is down to only Hank Conger remaining on his bench. In this crazy 5-3 game, this is going to be interesting to untangle. Cousins is the pinch hitter to give Scioscia the advantage here. As far as percentages go, Ambry's 0-1 with a 4.76 ERA. He's coming in with runners at first and second and 2 outs and a 2-run lead. He has stranded all 6 of his inherited runners this season. Ambry's has pitched effectively in this series, but now once again right into the limelight with a 2-run lead and needing to make some pitches on the pinch hitter Cousins. Ambry's throws, and there's strike one. Hector Ambry's pitched in the 7-6 win Tuesday night. Came in with a 2-run lead in the 8th inning and a man on and gave up a home run to Alberto Callaspo. The Astros won that game 7-6. Cousins is 0 for 2 since he was promoted from AAA to the Angels. Cousins fouls it back. And the Marlin has an 0-2 count. Long and winding trail for Scott Cousins in the big leagues. Subject of controversy when he plowed into Buster Posey. And Posey was injured in that home plate collision a few years ago. Came up from Salt Lake before the game April 30th. This one gets away from Castro. He can't locate it. It's trickling over by the on-deck circle. And the runners advance on a wild pitch to second and third.
Yeah, I'm trying to think this through. If this comes down to Bo Porter somehow working in an injury there on Wesley Wright, does the league step in and say Wesley Wright is not able to pitch for some period of time following this game if they somehow uphold this decision by the umpires?
Good question. Not sure about that. Cousins was a pinch hitter last night. Bud Norris got him out. Last big league hit was late last season, September 27th. He was hitting .224 for Salt Lake this year. Cousins takes that one from Ambry's. 2-2 with Brendan Harris on deck. Cousins has had 134 major league games. He's hitting .181. Scott was born in Reno, Nevada. There's Harris on deck. He came in for the injured Ibar. So that leaves only Hank Conger on the bench for Mike Scioscia tonight. And it's still the 7th inning of this game. Fouled away. Still 2-2 for Hector Ambriz. Ambriz has 6 holds. He's in the top 10 in appearances. This is his 17th. Ambriz pitched well in 2 of the 3 games in Anaheim back in mid-April. Didn't give up a run in either of those. Got a hold in one of them. That's flicked outside the third base line. Foul. This is one crazy game to sort out tonight, isn't it?
I've never seen it. That scenario that just came up, and I wish I knew exactly if that was an injury allowance, and that's the only thing I can possibly imagine.
That would be the only logical thing.
Guys, the word up in the press box is that Scioscia is protesting this game.
Thanks, Julia. Popped up shallow left field. Cedeno's out. The catch is made by Grossman. Big out in this ball game after the brouhaha with Mike Scioscia protesting the umpires, allowing that pitching change, and it's 5-3 Houston. Fans are taking their 7th inning stretch. The information will finally make its way to those of us whenever it does. It's 5-3 Astros. We still don't really have an explanation as to why the umpires allowed Wesley Wright to come in, warm up, but then leave without facing a batter, which is the rule in Major League Baseball. Unless there was an injury, that's the only thing we can think of, but there has not been any injury reported yet. We're still waiting for that information to come out.
Let's assume that, and that's the only thing I can possibly imagine. If that is the case, you better be careful about trying to play these tricks and games, because I think that somehow in the end it's going to wind up burning the Astros in this case.
5-3 ball game. Scott Cousins has stayed in to play left field. Shuck left for the pinch hitter Jimenez. He left for Cousins. Cousins is the left fielder. And here is the new pitcher in the ball game, Garrett Richards. He's 1-3 with a 5.12 ERA. Kahn retired one batter. Barnes on the line out to shortstop. And Robbie Grossman's the batter. Grossman's Trying to get something started here in the bottom of the 7th inning, looking at ball 1. He's 0 for 3 so far tonight. So very confusing. And no Wesley Wright injury reported so far anyway. 1 ball, 1 strike. The umpires certainly huddled a couple of times, so they were conscious of the fact that this could be a big problem for them. And before they allowed the change from Wright to Ambrose, they talked for a while about it. And then after Mike Scioscia charged out and played the game under protest, they had talked again before allowing the game to proceed with Ambrose pitching. Bouncer off the foot of Richards. He slows it down. Kendrick unable to get Grossman. It will be on an infield hit off Richards. Richards got the save, but didn't prevent the hit.
He's going to be a fine goalie someday.
Yeah.
That can hurt your pitching chances right there.
Kick save and a beauty.
What do you do? Big hole up the middle. Let's kick at it and see if we can keep it right here, but doesn't work out this time.
If he hadn't stopped it with his leg, could the shortstop have made that play?
I don't know. It's possible.
Grossman's aboard. That's 11 hits for the Astros to 6 for the Angels. Jimmy Paredes the batter. He's 0 for 3. Grossman has 2 steals and 4 tries. He's drawing some attention there from Richards.
I feel bad that all we can do is speculate about the injury possibility in allowing 2 pitchers to come in one spot right there.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine, assuming that is the case, and it's the only thing that we can come up with, that Major League Baseball doesn't say, okay, look, then Wesley Wright is injured.
Paredes around the body takes the ball. Well, about all we can do other than doing the game is check Twitter.
That's where the answers are, huh?
That's where most of the answers are.
Okay. Good luck in that hunt.
All we have on Twitter is what we've already reported. Paul Clemens in 1 2/3 innings, allowed 2 hits, no run, or 1 run rather. He had 1 walk and he struck out 3. He could be the winning pitcher in this game. Redis takes the ball, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. So Buster Olney is tweeting Rule 305B. The pitcher is replaced. The substitute pitcher shall pitch to the batter. Or any substitute batter for an at bat. That's the rule. Third baseman Callaspo is in close, and the throw goes over to first. So the game moves on. But now this is a tangled web we have in the 7th inning of this ball game.
And we are definitely weaving that bad boy.
Umpires under siege in Major League Baseball. Last night it's Cleveland. Tonight it's Houston. Paredes takes a strike. 2-1. Paredes looks down at third base coach. Trimmer flashing signs. There's Jose Altuve in the on-deck circle.
Has Ashton Kutcher chimed in on what to call this play yet?
He probably has. But I'm not following him, are you?
I just figured if you went there on Twitter, you'd probably hear from the man.
Well, way back in the 60s, Robin Yount's older brother Larry pitched for the Astros. And he was warming up in the bullpen, and his arm was hurting. But they called him into the game. He came into the game, and he could not pitch. Had to leave before facing a batter with an injury. Wanted foul. And he never pitched in a Major League game. That was it. So
Well, I guess that one could certainly be validated, but if tomorrow night Bo Porter tries to bring Wesley Wright into a ball game, probably have issues.
Larry Young was asked after that many times, well, if you'd known that was your only major league game and you had pitched, he said, of course I would have pitched. I didn't think that would be my only game. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So if that happened tonight, let's say Wesley Wright trotting in from the bullpen had an injury to his groin or his calf or something like that. If it's legitimate, then he can leave the game without facing a batter. That's the only thing we can think of that would have allowed that to happen.
You are good.
But we didn't see any indication that he was hurting, did we?
Not until Mike Scioscia named another pinch hitter.
You know, Wesley Wright has been an Iron Man. Grossman takes off. 3-2 pitch is fouled by Paredes. A lot of downtime in this inning. Henry got the infield hit. He advanced as far as third. Iannetta was left at second. So the Angels continue to strand runners. They have stranded a dozen. Grossman takes off again on 3-2, and it's ball 4. Runners at first and second and nobody out.
Jose Altuve has been swinging it well. 3 for 3 on the night. Gets the infield version of what he does so well, and then shoots one through the left side. He followed that with a stolen base and scored the second run for the club. And then just shoots a line shot into right field. 3 for 3. Eventually got picked off that time, but man is swinging the bat.
Meeting at the mound with Mike Butcher out there, and the infielders converging with runners at first and second and nobody out in this 5-3 game. Richards returned to the bullpen on Saturday afternoon after being a starter. Altuve's had the big night, 3 for 3. Scott Downs, the lefty, warming up in the bullpen now for the Angels. Richards, last time at home against the Orioles, appeared twice out of the pen, gave up a run on 4 hits and 1 in the 3rd innings. He is leading, according to Fangraphs, the American League with his average fastball velocity of 94.9. Turn back towards second. Richards made 4 starts, and in those games he was 1-2 with a 5.54 ERA. And he started a game against the Astros in Anaheim April 13th. Took a no decision in that one. Went 6 1/3 innings, giving up 3 hits and 4 earned runs. Corner infielders in, looking for a bunt from Altuve. But he could bounce one over them and get a double. Strike to Altuve. That's the way they're pinching in at the corners. Garrett Richards, 25 years old, from Riverside, California. Went to the University of Oklahoma. First round pick in 09 by the Halos. Grossman goes back to second. Angels have paid a lot of attention to Astro runners at second base tonight. Bouncer to second, slowly hit. Kenrick with the flip. And there is the up and over turn. What a job by Harris. Under pressure from base runner Paredes. He turns it into a 4-6-3 double play with Grossman taking third.
Yeah, with the speed of Altuve going down the line, I'm actually surprised they were able to turn this one. It was close, but a nice job, that combination second and shortstop.
Now we get a pinch hitter for J.D. Martinez, who was 0 for 3. It's going to be Trevor Crowe, the switch hitting outfielder. Crowe comes up with a runner at third, 2 outs. Last night, a safety squeeze attempt. He bunted back to the pitcher, who threw home, and the call was missed by the umpire. Jimmy Paredes was called out. Crowe at 307 at Oklahoma City had 2 homers, 14 runs batted in. The at bat last night in that squeeze situation was his first with the Astros this year. Switch hitter, former first-round pick of the Indians. There's ball 1 to Trevor Crowe. He made a very nice impression in spring training. Fundamentally sound player. Crowe's 29 years old. Now Mark Lowe has joined Scott Downs in the bullpen. Crowe looks at it. It's a strike from Richards, and it's 1-1. Crowe is leading the club in Oklahoma City in runs scored with 21. He had stolen 11 bases. That was second in the PCL. And he became the leadoff man for the Red Hawks after Robbie Grossman was called up by the Astros. He takes another one high, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Trevor. Justin Upton, Cameron Maben, Andrew McCutchen, Jay Bruce, and Trevor Crowe all were taken in the first round in the 05 draft.
Pretty good ones right there. Obviously, Justin Upton is off to a great start. Andrew McCutchen, a whale of a player. Jay Bruce as well.
It's a big-time talent. Well, back 2 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Crowe.
It's always intriguing to look back on those drafts and see guys who made it, others who completely didn't, and then the others who were, kind of the tweener guys. They maybe have never gotten a full chance. I'm not sure that Trevor Crowe might not fit into that category.
Trevor was at AAA Salt Lake City last year, hitting .301, no homers, 16 runs batted in. Divided that season between Salt Lake and Columbus. Last year in the big leagues, 11 with Cleveland. Fouls it back. He played a lot in 2010 for the Tribe. Had 442 at bats. That's on his only full shot in a major league season.
It's intriguing watching the home plate umpire here, who does not move to the inside corner but stays up and over the plate. Really didn't get to see, but usually that home plate umpire will slide in behind the catcher inside corner and sometimes forced off the corner, but instead Adrian Johnson just stayed center on the plate, and I completely agree with doing that. Again, you see it here.
Fly ball center field. Trout with the grab to end the 7th inning. No runs a hit, a runner stranded at third. After 7, the Astros lead the Halos 5-3.
years. Join the millions of fans and subscribe today. Watch every out-of-market game live online on your favorite mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV. Baseball everywhere.
Well, it's been a most interesting ball game to this point. 5-3, the Astros lead it. 7th inning maneuverings by Bo Porter.
If only we had something to debate tonight.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to understand a little bit more before we debated it.
Yes.
Hector Ambrose against the top of the order here in the 8th inning. But Brendan Harris stepping up. Harris came in for his first at bat in the 6th inning and ripped a homer. Paul Clemens, the first man Paul faced. But then Clemens settled down. He went an inning and 2/3, and that was the only run he allowed. Ambrose got the final out in the 7th. And it was ball 1. And for Mike Scioscia, not too many things have been going right lately. His club has lost 11 of 14. And Wesley Wright was brought in. Scioscia had announced the pinch hitter Luis Jimenez for J.B. Shuck. He was going to have right-handed hitter against left-handed pitcher, and then Wright left the game without facing a batter. Scioscia playing the game under protest. And Scott Cousins then came up to pinch hit for Jimenez to give Scioscia a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher, and Ambrose got Cousins out on a fly ball to left. So hardly anything's working for Mike Scioscia. His club has stranded a dozen, been out hit 11-6. Bouncer up the middle, and that will make it into center field. Harris is 2 for 2 off the bench in this game. Travis Blackley warming up for Houston now.
Well, I know you're not a wagering man, Brownie, but as you consider the possibilities with the protest in place and what we've seen and what we're assuming, what do you see Major League Baseball doing in terms of deciding on the protest?
Well, there's so much we don't know about this. There really is. The umpires conferred twice.
Yeah.
And they are well aware of the rules. So the only thing we can guess with any kind of degree of certainty is that Wesley Wright must have been injured. Mike Trout is 0 for 4. There's ball 1, but there's been no announcement about that. Been nothing to our knowledge announced in the press box, right, about any injury to Wesley Wright.
None that I'm aware of.
That would be the only thing that we could guess at this point. Anything beyond that is completely confusing right now. Which is the way we try to keep it.
Effectively done.
Fake throw down to first base by Castro. It's 2 balls, no strikes for Ambrose. So how long do you think it would take for the protest to be heard? A few days, maybe?
Well, I actually don't remember the last time I was aware of a protest scenario and how long it took.
It's very seldom games are protested in Major League Baseball.
Well, like you say, the umpires know the rules. Managers know the rules, or should. Thing is, if you start playing with the rules, and we can only speculate, and that's the unfortunate aspect of this.
Well, we don't know if Wesley Wright was injured, but we're assuming that that would have been the only legitimate reason we can think of.
That's it.
So he came out of the game without facing a batter. And the trainers will fill out a report on that injury. So you're guessing he's not going to be pitching tomorrow night.
One way or the other.
Right. Two balls, 2 strikes. So if he's placed on the disabled list after this game, then there's no way that protest can be upheld, right?
I wouldn't think so. But if he's not,
that's a little different story.
And if you get to watching the next couple of Astros games and Wesley Wright as much as warms up in the bullpen, you have a problem.
Last time a protest was upheld was 1986. The Pirates protested that the umpires called the game too soon because of rain. And a game can only be protested based on misinterpretation of rules, not on any umpire's judgment. In the George Brett pine tar game, of course, that protest was made because of the amount of pine tar on Brett's bat when he homered.
Well, his bat broke the rule, and Major League Baseball didn't back the umpires in that decision. That's my understanding.
But for instance, the call last night in Cleveland was an umpire's judgment, even though the home run or double, as it was reviewed, and the incorrect judgment was applied by the umpires. It's still an umpire's judgment call, so that cannot be protested.
Right.
Runner going, and it's ball 4, and now first and second, nobody out. Here's a look at last night. Chris Perez gave up this ball. Adam Rosales hit it, and Oakland should have been given a tie ball game on a home run, but the play was reviewed, and Angel Hernandez, the acting crew chief who made the call, ruled that it was not above the yellow line and off that railing, but in fact in play and a double.
Yeah, Bob Melvin's not buying in. Adam Rosales is like, well, you're kidding, right? But he didn't even get to see the replay on TV. That's hard to imagine why that happened.
Now here's Albert Pujols, representing the potential go-ahead run in this game, taking ball 1. He's 1 for 4. Harris singled, Trout walked. The way Trout runs, he's always a threat to come home with a tying run on a double by Pujols. Here in the 8th inning with lefty Travis Blackley and the closer, right-hander Jose Veras, both warming up. Veras has been pitching often lately. He has saved both games in this series so far, but he is getting loose now. So apparently Bo Porter is considering bringing in Veras here in the 8th inning. The Angels are 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Off the play to Pujols, and it's ball 2. Now Castro goes out. It's been a struggle for these Astros pitchers tonight, with 8 walks in the game.
Yeah, this is not the way you want the 8th inning to start when you have that 2-run lead.
Pujols with a 2-0 count, 2 men on base. Albert has 42 career homers against the Astros, 114 runs batted in. Last triple play for the Astros, August 19th, 2004. The Morgan Ensberg era. Now it's 3-0. That was a ground ball to Ensberg's right. And of course, third baseman is thinking ahead to what he would do in that situation. He stepped on third and started a triple play. Rio count. All 4. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Mark Trumbo now. Look at Wesley Wright warming up now.
Okay, so you talked about him coming in from the pen and maybe pulling a leg muscle or something. Looks perfectly fine on that warm-up toss. And again, everything is rosy. A couple more warm-up tosses before everything's going to go crazy. I see no indication of soreness in the arm or legs or anything. Now he's going to throw a slider. So here comes the slider. The decision now has been made by Mike Scioscia to turn Now, Wesley Wright has not looked toward the bench whatsoever to say, I'm hurting. I've got something going wrong. Bo Porter tries to come out. It's by the rule book. The umpires have to notify him. You can't go out there again.
Right.
You have already made the decision. Bo now comes out on his own, and for me, that's the problem.
Ball 1 to Trumbo. With the bases loaded, nobody out. He's 0 for 4.
I think you're going to have an awfully hard time convincing Major League Baseball with that video that Wesley Wright was hurting.
Trumbo 4 for 14 with the bases loaded. 1 career grand slam. Late on the fastball. It's 1-1 to Mark Trumbo. Trumbo has had some lethal swings in recent games. Homers in 6 of his last 9 games. He hit home runs in 3 straight, April 29th through May 1st. That was the 4th time in his career he had done that. It's 1-2. As Ambrose hits a spot at 93. Josh Hamilton is on deck, and Hamilton has a homer and a double tonight. That last triple play for the Astros was at Philadelphia. It went from Ensberg to Jeff Kent to Mike Lamb. Fouled away. Embree's living on that outside corner here against Trumbo. Now, if the umpires saw Bo Porter come out to try to get Wesley Wright, and they didn't think Wright was hurt, they could have simply ordered Wright to face one batter. Line into right field. Trumbo with a hit, scoring a couple. And the Angels tie it as the throw goes into second base. Harris and Trout come in. Pujols to third, and it's a 5-5 game.
What a job by Trumbo on a tough pitch up and away. And I'm not sure he even realized he had a hit as he initially hit this ball. Look at that. That's getting the job done with a couple of strikes. Not allowing yourself to take a close pitch.
Just punts that line drive inside the right field line. And it's a tie ball game at 5, and there'll be a pitching change. Lefty Travis Blackley is being called in to face Josh Hamilton. Embree's out. Angels 5, Astros 5. Runners at second and third. We'll be right back.
Astros are in town through the weekend against the Texas Rangers. Don't miss any of the American League West action. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets right now.
Angels have tied it at 5. Travis Blackley comes in. He inherits runners at second and third with nobody out here in the 8th inning after the 2-run double by Trumbo, and it's Josh Hamilton batting now. Hamilton has homered, walked, and doubled in 4 trips. Blackley with no decisions has an ERA of 4.35. Howie Kendrick is on deck. Cedeno is right behind the runner at second, Trumbo. Hamilton takes. There's ball 1 to Josh. Slow chopper past the mound. No advance by the base runners, and Cedeno gets Hamilton.
Mike Scioscia may be hamstrung by the fact that he has Albert Pujols running at third base. This chopper up over the mound with a good base runner, somebody capable of running well, and Albert has been bothered by leg and foot problems. Would likely score on this chopper.
Didn't risk it with nobody out. Howie Kendrick has been on 3 times with 2 singles and a walk. And they'll put him on to load the bases for the switch hitting Callaspo. Typically, we'll say in a case like this, a game being played under protest by Angels skipper Mike Scioscia, if the Angels do win this game, typically the protest is dropped. Philip Umber is warming up for the Astros. Philip was just taken out of the rotation and sent to the bullpen. It'll be Callaspo with the bases loaded. That's ball 4. Intentional walk to Kendrick. Embry's walk 2. This is the 10th walk of the night for Astros pitchers. Callaspo hit a sac fly in the 3rd inning off starter Lucas Harrell. He's 0 for 3 in this game.
That you could even be in a position to win a ball game where you've walked 10 is pretty remarkable.
It really is. Right-handed, 6 for 13 with 1 homer for Callaspo. A little bit further as a right-handed batter for first base. Throws it back. There's strike 1. Callaspo has grounded into 1 double play. He's had 53 at bats this season. He drove in 53 runs last year, his high in the RBI department. 09 with Kansas City when he had a 73 run producing season. Fly ball out to left center field, hit well. Both outfielders chasing backwards. Barnes on the run, sliding play. Here's the tag at third by Pujols. Pujols will come in to give the Angels the lead. Tremendous catch by Barnes in left center. They're out number 2. The Angels lead it by 1.
This guy can really go in the outfield. He has some terrific skills out there. Yes, the Angels score on the play, but this prevents at least 2 runs from scoring on that play.
Oh, it does.
Outstanding.
It really was terrific effort. Well coordinated slide. 6-5 Angels now. And Chris Iannetta, who's walked all 4 times, is the batter. Iannetta, the number 8 hitter, tries to keep this Angel rally going with 2 outs and runners at first and second. Castro calling time, going out to talk with his reliever, Blackley. Now we'll get a pitching change as Blackley comes out. Right-hander Philip Umber coming in to face Iannetta for his first relief appearance with the Astros. 6-5 Angels. Back in a moment. Seventh inning, and the umpires and the game played under protest by Mike Scioscia.
To this point, other than the conceivable injury to Wesley Wright, and it didn't look like anything watching him throw 4 warm-up tosses that anything went wrong physically, and it would be hard to say that anything went wrong as he ran in from the bullpen to the mound. Bo Porter just simply runs out to the mound. Wesley Wright looked surprised, like what's going on, and so again, we can only assume at this point that injury is what was involved on the field, and it sure looks odd.
It's the only thing that makes any sense to this point in the absence of any further information. Well, Philip Umber comes in now in relief. He has been in the starting rotation and sent to the bullpen with a record of 0-7 and an 8.82 ERA for those 7 starts. Now making this relief outing against Chris Iannetta, inheriting runners at first and second with a 6-5 Angel lead. Umber throwing ball 1. And when Bo Porter gave him the news that he was going to be making this move from the rotation to the bullpen, he mentioned Eric Bedard's name. Bedard had been a starter, had been sent to the pen, now would be coming out of relief work to get a start on Saturday night against the Rangers, and he said that same thing could happen with you, Philip. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. And Philip pitched very well his first 3 starts of the season. He was 0-3 despite pitching very good work against Texas in a 4-0 shutout, against Seattle in a 3-0 shutout loss, and against the Angels in a 4-1 loss at Anaheim, in which he gave up 2 runs in 7 innings. But then he ran into a disastrous start here against Cleveland, allowing 8 earned runs in 1/3 of an inning. He lost at Boston, allowing 7 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings. Pitched pretty well at Yankee Stadium, giving up 4 runs in 6 innings there. And then against Detroit and Verlander on Sunday gave up 8 runs in 4 innings. Foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Astros conferring about that situation after the Sunday start for Phillip. He threw 91 pitches in that game. And they decided to make these changes in the rotation this week. Dallas Keuchel will start tomorrow night against the Rangers. Bo Porter's reasoning is that the Rangers have solid left-handed hitters in their lineup. He would prefer to have a left-handed starter, so he'll get 2 in a row, Keuchel and Bedard, against the Rangers Friday and Saturday. Breaking ball, got him looking, and Iannetta is called out on strikes to end the Angel 8th, but they grab the lead with 3 runs on 2 hits. They leave 2, and they're up 6-5. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. It's 6-5. The Angels have the lead based on a 3-run top of the 8th inning. Mark Trumbo with a big 2-run double after a single and a couple of walks. And now Lefty Scott Downs comes in after Richards worked a scoreless 7th, giving up 1 hit and 1 walk, got a double play ball. Downs, with an 0-2 record, has an ERA of 3.
He's a veteran, 37 years of age, and the numbers might be sliding a little bit. He's had some very good years. That whip indicates a lot of base runners this year against him. Last year, in fact, turn back to 2011, in 60 games for the Halos, had an ERA of 1.34. He was absolutely brilliant.
And this year, left-handed hitters are hitting 167 against this 37-year-old southpaw from Louisville, Kentucky, and the University of Kentucky. He's facing Jason Castro to lead it off. Castro doubled and scored in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3. Carter and Cedeno to follow. The Astros down by a run now. The Astros have the edge in hits, 11-8. The Angels have stranded 14 in 8 innings. The Astros have left 5. And it's strike 1 to Castro. Garrett Richards now could be the winning pitcher in this one. And Vargas, Kahn, and Richards. Downs pitcher number 4 for Mike Scioscia, who's playing this game under protest. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Downs was drafted by the Cubs in '97. They traded him in 2000 to Montreal. Last year, the Angels used him 57 times, and he had 9 saves in a dozen tries. He throws strike 2. With Toronto in '07, he led the American League in appearances with 81. Angels are hoping to get Ryan Madson in the fold in their bullpen soon. He's coming back from surgery last year. There's a looper into center field and a hit for Castro, leading it off here in the 8th inning. So Downs, who had been so tough on left-handed batters, gives up a 2-strike hit to Castro, who's 2 for 4.
Really nice work by Jason Castro, coming through now a couple of times against left-hand pitching. It's really the one blemish for Jason Castro is that left-hand pitching is dominated so severely against him, and if he can turn that around, he is very viable as an everyday catcher.
Chris Carter steps up. He drove in a run with a single in the 4th inning. He walked and scored in the 6th. Double play depth for Kendrick and Harris. Johnny Cedeno on deck. All one from Downs. I mentioned Ryan Manson. Well, he's packed his bags and headed for Arizona yesterday. He'll be facing hitters there at least a couple of times before going out on an official rehab assignment. He could be pitching at Class A Inland Empire as soon as Monday, and then could be up pretty quickly if things go well with the Angels. 1 ball, 1 strike. On April 29th, the Angels and Oakland A's played 19 innings. Six hours and 32 minutes of baseball. That's into right field for a hit. Hamilton charging. Castro to second. Back-to-back singles by Castro and Carter bring up Cedeno in the Houston 8th.
How many innings did you say in that 6-hour plus game?
19.
We are pushing toward a 4-hour pace for 9 innings tonight.
Yeah.
Nice job by Chris Carter. You don't see this a whole lot with him going the other way, but a couple of good at-bats here in the inning.
2 men on. Right-hander Dane De La Rosa warming up for the Angels. He's there along with Ernesto Frieri, the Angel closer. Cedeno's been on all 3 times tonight. An infield hit, a double, and a walk. He has scored 2 runs and stolen a base. Angel corner infielders pinch in, looking for a possible bunt from Cedeno. He's around a bunt, puts it down first base line. Picked up by Trumbo. He tags him out. And the sacrifice works for the advancement of Castro to third and Carter to second on out number 1. And now the potential go-ahead runs at second base. Now Mike Scioscia's coming out along with Trainer, looking at Downs. Yeah, he's hobbling. See him bouncing as he went for that bunt. Let's take a look at it here, Ash.
Downs has had some problems in the past with a big toe on one of his feet, and it happens when he has some sort of a running move he has to employ, and I wonder once again if that toe has impacted him.
He was hopping around as that bunt was laid down by Cedeno. He's going to come out.
I think he was involved as a hitter. Yeah, I'll bet that's that very same thing. I happened to be with Toronto while he was pitching up there, and he tried to run out of the box, and very same move. That toe just went haywire on him. I don't recall if it was a broken toe or what the situation was, but he gets to where he just can't move on it.
Ernesto Frieri is going to come out of that bullpen at 6-5 Angels. Back in a moment.
here in the 8th inning. The Angels put this game under protest. They're also 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position, 14 left on base on the night. And the Astros have walked 10 Angels hitters, and that's a high for the Angels this year. Matt Dominguez has had a nice night. 3 RBIs, a big swing Matt Dominguez had back in the 6th inning, driving in a pair. And the Astros are 4 for 9, so they're much better than the Angels and much better than normal for the Astros with runners in scoring position. Ernesto Friere comes on to work it for the Angels. 0-1. Don't even bother with that with a guy who's a closer or setup man. 2.03 the ERA. The whip not as good as may be expected with Friere. This guy has terrific stuff. Big strikeout fastball. Dominguez. This base hit came back in the 2nd inning, drove in a run. And he was eventually thrown out trying to stretch. He laid down a beautiful bunt as he had to jump away on a pitch up and in. And then this was a key swing in the 6th inning. Gave the Astros a lead, a 2-run single with 2 outs. Driving in a pair, Matt Dominguez having himself a night.
And now he comes up with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. A chance to do it yet again. Lionetta ready to go. Friere in the game, as you might have noticed on that earlier graphic. Friere has pitched twice against the Astros, a total of 2 1/3 innings without giving up a run. He got a save in a 4-1 Angel win in Anaheim, April 14th. Infielders play it halfway up the middle. And there's a foul ball, strike 1 to Dominguez. Carlos Pena's on deck. Brandon Barnes is scheduled up next. Friere, pitcher number 5 for Mike Scioscia. Astros have used 6 pitchers if you include Wesley Wright.
And you must.
You cannot protest. Fly ball, right field corner. Hamilton legging it over for it. That ball is going to loop just out of play for Hamilton and foul.
Yeah, and very intriguing that 6th pitcher for the Astros tonight, Wesley Wright, never did face a batter.
Nice gesture by Josh Hamilton. Little girl gets the ball. Dominguez comes back with an 0-2 count. Pretty crazy game tonight. He's stranded all 5 men he's inherited this year. Ernesto, 27 years old, from Colombia. Dominguez looks at strike 3. 2 outs.
That's costly. Like I say, that fastball for Friere is a big strikeout pitch. His stuff is terrific.
Now Carlos Pena is announced as the pinch hitter for Brandon Barnes. Lionetta, Ernesto Friere talk about Pena. Pena is hitting .230 with 3 homers, 9 runs batted in. He is 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. He is tied for 2nd in the American League in walks with 17. Right foot injury for Scott Downs caused him to leave the game. That announcement just being made by Gene Dias here in the press box. We're reading an online story about the protest of this game. It includes no details that we have not passed along.
So that description includes injury of Wesley Wright?
That's the speculation. About the possibility of one, but it did not appear that there was one. That was on the report.
I would say, based on watching the replays there, surprise was the one element you could see on Wesley Wright.
Pena is 0 for 2 in his career against Friere. Big at bat here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Fastball in tight at 95 makes it 1-1. Hector Ambrose in 1/3 of an inning was charged with 2 hits, 3 runs, walking 2 with no strikeouts. Travis Blackley 2/3 of an inning, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Runners at second and third. Castro at third, Carter at second with 2 outs. Pena with a grounder, knocked down. Frieri scrambles for it and throws him out. To end the 8th inning with no runs, 2 hits, 2 left for Houston. We go to the 9th, 6-5 Angels. Astros now maneuvering, switching players around defensively with the pinch hitting move of Carlos Pena, who batted for Brandon Barnes and grounded out to end the 8th inning. Pena stays in to play first base now. Chris Carter has moved from first base. He's in left field. And Robbie Grossman has moved from left field to center field. Now it's Carter in left and Grossman in center, with Barnes having left for the pinch hitter Pena. And Philip Humber still on the mound as the 9th inning begins, with Scott Cousins, the left fielder. The Oklahoma City Red Hawks won their 10th in a row at home tonight, and their league best 21-12 record looking good after a 3-1 win against Tacoma. Brett Wallace had 2 hits and drove in a run. Jonathan Villar had 2 hits and stole 2 bases. He has stolen 12 now. Cousins 0 for 1. Humber delivers, and it's strike 1 at 90. The Astros will have Grossman, Paredes, and Altuve due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Humber was honored at Rice University with that plaque commemorating his perfect game last year for the Rice Owl pitcher who won the final game of the College World Series in 03. 1-ball, 2 strikes. So he got together with Rice coach Wayne Graham when that occasion came around on Monday. And according to the stories, he got a similar advice from Wayne Graham that he got from teammates here with the Astros about how to approach this 0-7 start. Punch foul out of play, and it's still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. And you know, as we mentioned, the season started actually very well for him. After 3 starts, he had a 2.89 ERA, no problems whatsoever. And then quickly turning south with that Cleveland game here. Seemed to get some things back going in his way in that Yankee game on the road.
Yeah, he did pitch better in that game. But it's hard to figure out what happened along the way, very much like last year, where I'm sure a lot of folks were trying to figure out what happened after the perfect game. His stuff is just fine to succeed.
That's hit foul.
Turned into a reliever now that apparently works at all times from the stretch. Seemed to me that while he was starting, once he got men on base is when things would really go awry.
Last year with the White Sox, he made 16 starts and 10 relief appearances. He's made 51 major league starts in his career. About 30 relief appearances. Fouled away. Eric Bedard has pitched much better in relief than he has as a starter this year. Grossman shading toward left center here on Cousins. Cousins went for it and struck out. 2 strikeouts in a row since Umber came in. 6 strikeouts for the Astros pitchers tonight.
Good sharp breaking ball induces the little check swing, and they got it right.
Now Brendan Harris came off the bench with the injury to Eric Ibar. He homered in the 6th inning to tie the game 3-3. He singled to start the go-ahead rally in the 8th. This fly ball heads for right. Jimmy Paredes over. 2 out for Umber here in the 9th inning. And the batter's Mike Trout is 0 for 4 with a walk and a run scored. Been more than 300 pitches thrown in this ball game tonight.
Again, we're headed very close now toward 4 hours for what could wind up being just a 9-inning game. Unbelievable.
In that 19-inning game, April 29th, we were talking about, there were 597 pitches thrown.
The umpires change positions periodically.
Should have. His ball one. It's just not fair for a guy to have the plate for 19 innings.
The other guys are probably laughing.
It's 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, something's not good about a game that needs to go 4 hours to play 9 innings. Of course, there was the protest argument that ensued in the middle of it, but
yeah, the game was pretty long at that point that protest came along. You're right.
Still a game the Astros can pick up and pick up a sweep in this series. We've got to find a way against, I would assume, Frieri in the 9th.
Cole Porter's club has really had to fight tooth and nail tonight. Took the lead 3-2 after a 5th inning run. That's in for a strike, 3-1. At that point, Lucas Harrell left the game after 5 and was in a position to get the win, but the Angels were able to tie it on the Harris homer in the 6th. The Astros bounced back with 2 in the bottom of the 6th on the Dominguez 2-run single. Take a 5-3 lead, but the Angels got 3 in the 8th. Trout takes a 2-out walk. He's on for the 2nd time tonight. That's 11 walks for Astros pitchers in this game. And it's Albert Pujols. He has a single in one of those 11 walks. Phillies and Diamondbacks are in the top of the 8th inning in Arizona. 2-1 D-backs in that one. It's the Braves 4, the Giants 3. They're in the top of the 5th at San Francisco. Brian McCann hit his first homer of the year. Buster Posey, number 5, and a good night for catchers.
Buster Posey has good nights all the time.
And, you know,
terrific young hitter, and he's a good catcher too.
McCann with a late start to his season because of shoulder surgery after last year.
Saw some speculation the Braves might part ways with him come the end of the season. I don't know if you should even bother listening to speculation about things like that.
Evan Gattis has opened some eyes as one of the catchers when he's been out. Pujols looks at ball 1.
Pretty good looking pitch, but to Albert Pujols it's a ball.
Jeremy Guthrie went to 5-0 for Kansas City in a 6-2 win at Baltimore against his former club.
Is that 19 in a row without a loss? 18, 19?
I believe it's about 19. The mask comes off on a foul ball. Castro will pick that up. Runner was going on the pitch, Trout. And it's a 1-1 count. And he had a pretty good jump, too.
Don't give up on a pitcher who has good stuff. Give up on him too soon somehow. That's kind of the Jeremy Guthrie scenario. And Castro trying to come firing out, takes it off the mask. He's fine. I'm pretty self-assured in saying so, but that's kind of your wake-up call coming a little bit early.
Chris Davis hit his 10th home run for the Orioles in their loss tonight. Humber holds it longer this time, and there's a ground ball behind third. Dominguez sails another high throw over Pena, and that one goes out of play. Well, that's going to be the 3rd error of the game for Matt Dominguez. He had only 1 error all season coming into this game. And he has just launched a couple of throws tonight.
Could easily have been ruled with another error tonight. Takes his time again. Everything seems fine, but throws are just launching. Even the lady with the good hands couldn't make the play on that throw.
Wow. Pena tried to get up. And now there are runners at second and third on the 2-base error. Bringing up Mark Trumbo. Trumbo with a 2-run double in the 8th inning. Gave his club the lead. Aspo had a sacrifice fly in that 3-run go-ahead rally. Trumbo takes, and it's a ball. Trumbo's hit actually tied it in the 8th, and then they took the lead on the Callaspo sac fly.
I think Jason Castro may have been making some comments there to Adrian Johnson. That pitch appeared to be the same one called a ball on Albert Pujols, and pitches that throughout the night have been called strikes quite a number of times.
Chop foul. 1-1 strike to Trumbo. Jeremy Guthrie's ERA went down to 2.28 with his win over the Orioles tonight.
I bet fans in Baltimore are trying to figure out who that guy is that they wanted out of town.
Worm has turned for him. Breaking ball, got a swing and a miss, and strike 2 on Trumbo. Humber spun that one up there with some expertise. Twins beat the Red Sox 5-3 in Boston to take that series, with Kevin Correa winning his 4th, beating John Lackey. The Nationals down the Tigers 5-4, and Heron over Doug Fister, with Soriano getting his 12th save. Swing and a miss there by Trumbo. And that'll do it for the top of the 9th inning with no runs, no hits, and error. 2 men left. Now the Astros trailing by 1. Send the top of the order up. Robbie Grossman, Jimmy Paredes, Jose Altuve in the bottom of the 9th in just a moment. In the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. 7th inning maneuverings. The Astros with Bo Porter going to the bullpen, bringing in Wesley Wright. He took 4 warm-up pitches, and then at that point, Bo Porter came back out, signaling he wanted a right-hander from the bullpen. The umpires intervened, and they conferred. While Mike Scioscia protested that Wright had to face one batter, they allowed him to be taken out of the game before facing a batter.
You know, watching Bo Porter right there, I didn't even see any indication that he was saying my pitcher's hurt. He was talking about guys in the on-deck circle and right-hand batter and all that kind of stuff. I don't get that at all.
Robbie Grossman takes. There's ball 1 as he leads it off in the home 9th inning against Frieri. He's 1 for 4. See if Julia has some more to add from down on the field. Julia?
Yeah, Brony, just following it on Twitter, a lot of the beat writers very confused, wondering if he threw warm-up pitches or not. And then watching the dugout, we saw Wes right after. He was drinking water, talking to pitchers, and then left the dugout, so we haven't seen him since.
2 balls and a strike. Usually if a pitcher is injured, an athletic trainer would come to the mound.
Yeah. Well, and Bo was pointing to the bullpen as he was crossing the chalk on the first base side.
It's 2-2 for Frieri against Grossman.
And what I saw was a manager who was saying to the umpires, well, wait a minute, over in the on-deck circle there's a right-hand hitter and there's changes. He didn't say anything about my pitcher's hurt.
Fouled away by Grossman. Now remains 2-2. Frieri himself came in when Downs had to leave with an injury. That was apparent. Frieri last year had 23 saves and 26 opportunities. Traded by the Padres to the Angels in a deal in May for a couple of players, one of them Alexei Amarista. He had been primarily a setup man for the Padres, but then moved into closer status as an Angel. And may very well be back in a setup role depending on what happens with Ryan Madsen later on this month. 3 balls, 2 strikes now. The Angels have dropped 11 of their last 14. They're trying to salvage 1 game of this 3-game series. There's a strikeout to open the home 9th. That's number 9 for the Angel pitching staff tonight. Jimmy Paredes is 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. There's strike one on some good heat from Frieri.
Good heat brings out good swings too, and that was a very good swing by Paredes.
Jose Altuve is on deck. He has 3 of the Astros' 13 hits tonight. No balls, 2 strikes.
Radar gun says 94-95 on this fastball, but this bad boy has life all its own. Just right over the bat, time and time again.
Frieri misses there, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count for Ernesto. His latest appearance Saturday brought him a perfect 9th inning. He struck out the side in that one. So he's had plenty of time between appearances to rest up for this one. Now back to keep the count at 1-2.
I'd love to talk to the Padres organization and find out what it was about Frieri they decided they didn't need.
Yeah. Last year he struck out 98 in 66 innings. He struck out 18 in 13 1/3 this year coming into this game. And he gets another K there. That's 3 now for him in a 4-batter stretch. And it's up to Jose Altuve if the Astros are to remain alive here in the ninth.
You want to see what a strikeout fastball looks like. You look at this fastball of Frieri's. It's not movement. It's dead straight life that leaves it over the bats. It just runs straight in. Guys who have sinker action are not guys who will strike out a lot of hitters. And I think that's a big confusion. People talk about, oh, this guy's got great movement. That's the reason for his strikeouts. It's that life on that fastball like that that just holds its line.
Strike one to Altuve. He's 3 for 4. Bounced into a double play in the 7th inning. Line shot, the gap, but Trout is there, and Trout makes the running catch to end this ball game. Well, the Angels, who played this game under protest, then came back and won it 6-5. So they are now 5 and 8 in 1-run ball games after a very difficult stretch, losing 11 of 14. They rescue this one tonight, coming from behind with 3 in the 8th inning to give Garrett Richards the win. Hector Ambrose, who's the man who replaced Wesley Wright when Wright was allowed to leave without facing a batter. Ambrose is the loser in this ball game, and the Angels get their way. Final score 6-5. Mike Scioscia's Angels win it tonight.